We're having problems with the audio here, so we're adjusting it and then we'll restart it. Sorry, Sally and Jessica.
Thanks for letting us know.
And I look at all today right now. Okay.
Lisa Bargeman, Bancroft. Really?
Yeah.
What's your name?
McKenna Warner.
Dennis?
McKenna Warner.
McKenna.
Yeah.
First name. But
Warner.
Warner.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Hey. Hi
I know who to call.
Kathy Stender, Lee, I'm a one and only.
Bradford Children's Services Librarian.
Hi, Tom is Children's Services Assistant, Columbus Public Library.
And Wendy Luker, Blair Public Library Program Coordinator.
Cool.
And now we will resume.
And hopefully it'll work.
Yeah. So we'll start over here.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Today we're going to talk a little bit.
Is that good, or
about
do you
what
want it a little
Nebraska
louder, or?
has to offer as far as some educational resources. So my name is Monica McCoury, and I am the Wildlife Education Specialist for the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission, and I'm located here in the Lincoln office.
Yep, and I'll introduce myself. My name is Grace Guard, and I also work with Monica and Lincoln in the Fish and Wildlife Education Division, and I focus more on aquatic education. So yeah, we're excited to talk to you about our resources today.
Awesome. All right, so we'll go ahead and just get started. We have a few resources that are physical things that we can send you or that we have, and then we also have some things that we don't can't send you, but that you can check out, and we also have some virtual resources as well. All right, so talking a little bit about what Nebraska does, a lot of people think of game and parks, they think of hunting and fishing in our parks, and that is a lot of what we do, but we do a lot of ecological education as well. So when people think about that, it's talking about, it's more than just talking to people about facts and talking about the environment. It is a lot of that, but it's also talking about patterns and principles of ecology and systems and talking a lot about not what to think, but how to think as well. And that's a lot of the stuff that we work on as far as our division. So what do we actually do? What does that all entail? Well, education at Game of Parks looks very different depending on what division you're in, or what program you're looking at. It's kind of confusing. It's not all under one umbrella. But we have a lot of different things as far as education, everything from, national archeries in the school program, we have family fishing nights, we have facilitator workshops for teachers, such as things like Project Wild, or we have things like Trout in the Classroom, which Grace is going to talk about a little bit here. But then we also have things like outdoor classrooms and community science. So there's always some aspect of education as far as Game and Parks. It just could look very different as far as what program and even what group of animals you really want to work with. All right, so we can help. If we have tons of resources, which a lot of people don't know about, things that are interdisciplinary lessons for teachers. I'm talking about science and math and language arts and all these different subjects. And we will meet state standards as well. That's a very important thing for teachers. And I'm sure being part of the library, you also want to make that a key objective for you as well. All right, so one of the things that we do a lot of these actually are educator workshops. So we will readily admit that we are not trained teachers, we don't have teaching certificates, but we are here to bring that content knowledge, hopefully to things that you're already incorporating into your classroom, but we're here to kind of help you with that. So there's a couple of really good programs and curriculums out there. One that I kind of mentioned earlier, Project Wild, is one that we do a lot, and it started very popular, and then there's a lot more other curriculums that go along with that as well. So we will actually train educators, this is formal and informal educators, in something called Project Wild. That's kind of where it all started, and that was so popular, it became also Aquatic Wild. So these are fairly good sized resources. You can see that they're pretty thick. There's a lot of awesome hands-on, minds-on. It's a big curriculum as far as K-12 formal and informal educators. So if you look, there's Project Wild and Aquatic Wild. Project Wild is talking a lot about those terrestrial animals, so things that you're going to find on land. But there's also one called Aquatic Wild, which probably guess it is talking about aquatic animals. This one is also K-12, and this talks a lot about things that have to do with water, whether that be a watershed, a tide pool, the ocean, lakes, rivers, streams, basically anything that deals with something that lives in the water. One thing that's awesome about these two guides is they're very interconnected with each other. They reference each other a lot, and there's also extension activities. So if you like something in Aquatic Wild, it will show you how to do it in Project Wild and vice versa. All right, so Project Wild started in the 80s. It's super popular. Aquatic Wild became about, but then people were like, we need something for younger students. So especially in the age range of 3 to 7-year-olds, this is a critical time to get them outside, get them making observations, kind of understanding that world around them, that natural world. So STEM, Growing Up Wild, which is a little bit different. It's mostly, again, for those younger students, but this will have a kind of a larger subject matter. It talks about art, music, but then also again, conservation, science, and math connections. And again, it's getting those students, those very, very young students out in nature and starting to be comfortable out there. So it's a full color guide, very, very cool. Has lots of 27 hands-on nature-based activities, but within each activity, there's probably, I don't know, 100 more activities. They're broken up and they're very little. There's also social, emotional, physical language. There's also cognitive domains as well. So it explores that wide range of subject areas. Right, and so popular from Growing Up Wild, Project Wild, Aquatic Wild, there's also something called Flying Wild, which is a little bit more geared toward that middle school age range, but please don't let that deter you. If you're like, I don't work with middle school students, you can make this work with just about anybody. As you probably guessed it, this one works a lot with birds. So this is an educator guide solely to birds. Everything from migration and adaptation and management, stewardship, all of those different things. But again, using birds to teach about the environment and conservation and wildlife management. All right, so these are things that are already pre-made. This is a national program. It's 13 other countries. But then we also have teachers and educators and library people that want us to talk about different subjects, or maybe subjects that are more closely geographically isolated, or things that they really want to talk about here in Nebraska. So we have done advanced trainings before. If you look through this list, this is just a simple few that we have done. It does not mean these are the only ones that we can do or will do. We're always looking to add new ones as well. So if you are interested, and we can get a group of you interested, we will come in and do a workshop for you talking about some of these different topics or other topics, and we will help you find curriculum and activities that you can do that pertains to that topic as well. All right, so those were our curriculum guides. I also want to show you some of the supplemental publications that either the Parks has made or that we have piggybacked onto. These are things that we could send you if you are interested in them. All right, so Trail Tales might be something that you're very interested in. If you've heard of Nebraska Youth Magazine, this is the 4th grade version, basically, of Nebraska. So each year, every 4th grade student in Nebraska will receive 4 Trail Tales issues. They will get a fall, winter, spring, and summer issue. And each one of these issues will focus on Nebraska-specific topics, anything from science and food webs and habitats and ecosystems. We're also looking at those outdoor sports, so things like archery and a little bit of like hunting and angling as well. So in addition, there's like puzzles, there's games, there's full-color photos, and these are free for 4th grade students, or if you're a teacher or if you know a teacher that would like to receive these in our classroom, they are free for that. You can also, the public can get them as a subscription, but then also if you're just a library person that works in the library, you really want these, we can give them to you as well. But one of the things I will just show you here, here's one of the newest ones for this year. There's articles in every single one. Actually, Grace, you wrote this article too. So this is about crayfish. So talking about different types of crayfish that we have in Nebraska, different adaptations that they have. And then there's also things like body coverings in here. So these have a wide range of subjects when we're talking about them, but they are geared about that 4th grade level. So when building them, about 4th grade is kind of the way that we go. All right, next thing that we have are these biodiversity sets of posters. These are really good to hang up in your classroom or in your library, wherever you're using them. We have 7 different posters that kind of recognize like the top 25 of those animals. So for instance, I put the fish one on here because I know your theme this year is kind of more geared towards the aquatic side. So on one side of this nice sized poster, you have the state of Nebraska and you have 25 fish that kind of represent that category. They're supposed to be kind of towards the areas that you can find them. For instance, some of these fish are only found on the eastern side of the state, some are found central or western side. So they're kind of categorized by where they're found. And then on the back of the poster, it breaks it down by every single fish, and it gives you just a little bit more information about them. Where can you find them? What do they eat? What do they look like? That kind of stuff. So we have a mammal, bird, reptile, amphibian, plants. We have a TD species, threatened endangered species, insects, and then of course the fish poster as well. All right, we also have some threatened endangered species pamphlets. We have these printed off that you can request them actual print version, or we do have them now online as well. And just looking at this, I do need to update this. Instead of 17, we do have all 30 of them now. So if you go to outdoornebraska.gov, you can find our threatened and endangered species pamphlets. Here's just kind of a screenshot of what you would find online. It tells you the description of the species. This one is about plants, it's about penicillin. There's also the range, habitat, population status, conservation health. So again, you can find this all online, you can print them up yourself, or we do have physical copies that we can send you if you are interested as well. All right, we also have some matching track games. These are super popular, people love them. We have a actual guide here that kind of gives you a little bit of information about some animals. It shows you the prints, the tracks, and then it also just gives you a short description and a photo of that animal. And then the idea is that we have some track cards that have the front foot and the back foot and a picture of the animal in these books on there. And the idea is that you would match them together as kind of a matching game. And then this guide would not only be interesting facts, but also your answer keys. So that is something that you can request as well. And then very similar to our Trail Tales magazines, one of the things that we're a little bit more specific. So we have what we call our ology magazines, not very scientific, but it's our ology magazines. So we have things like pollinatorology, reptileology, amphibianology, mammalogy, pollinatorology, birdology. So they're very similar to Trail Tales, but every single article is relating to that topic. And one thing about these that's a little different than Trail Tales is that every single article has an activity to go with it. So for instance, this one, how many words can you make with the word reptile? Or this next one, for instance, find the differences within the photos. So something that works with this as well. So this is something that you can request to get. We have, again, all the different ones on there, kind of depending on which one kind of matches your theme. Right, and then just a few other resources, something that you all might really be interested in, is some education trunks and kits that you can check out for free. Real nice free things. So Project Wild, our education division, we have these trunks that are free to check out, and they have hands-on materials in them. We understand that if you want to talk about mammals or birds or that kind of stuff, you don't always have resources, you don't have the space, and you don't really know what to get. So we have things in there. For instance, our mammal trunk here is pictured. It has skulls, it has pelts of those animals from Nebraska. It has a bunch of literature books, and it will also have things like replica tracks, so rubberized tracks of animals in Nebraska. And then it will also come with a binder of activities that deal with animals at different grade levels. So these are already put together for you. I will give you the resource at the very end, and you can either call or email our staff person and just say, hey, I'd like to check these out. There's 9 of these. Varies, but there's about 9 different trunks throughout the state. So hopefully within an hour, hour and a half of you, wherever you are, you can grab one of these trunks and use them free if they're available. And one thing that Grace will talk about too is her aquatic trunk that really fits in with your theme this year as well. All right, so here's just a list of all the ones that we have. And again, I will give you that list at the end, or you can just go to nebraskaprojectwild.org and you can find more information about these too. And then there's all the locations again. All right, and then one more very large resource that we have, but it's also very nice to have, is we have now 4 trailers throughout the state that any group or organization can check out for free. Again, free. So these trailers, about 6 foot by 10 foot trailers that you would need a large truck or an SUV to haul, but they are pre-ready with 13 activities in there. So you pull out a tub, it says this is the tracks activity, there's everything in there that you need to do this activity, you clean stuff up, you put it away, and you go back on the shelf. So now we have trailers in North Platte, Lincoln, Scottsbluff, and Northwood. And again, just like our trunks, you just call us or email us and say, hey, I really want to check this out for my library program this summer. I need it June 6th through 10th. And then we check and see if it's available. You come get it, you use it, you return it, and that's all it is. So very simple, and everything is already in here that you need to do a larger activity or a festival or something like that. All right, and then one thing that it's very limited, especially kind of in this COVID world that we're living in, and we're a very small staff, but we sometimes do come out and do physical programs. So we will come and talk to you about owls, or we'll come and talk to you about mammals or reptiles or whatever you're looking at having. It is extremely limited though, I will give you that, but it does happen, and we do have that option. All right, and that is all I have. So I will stop sharing and let Grace talk.
Perfect. Let me share my screen. Let's see. Hold on. Take 2. Okay, can you see my slides? Okay, perfect. All right, thanks, Monica. So I'm gonna focus a little more on the aquatic specific education resources, and she touched on a few of them, and I'll kind of repeat a couple, but mostly these will all be ones we haven't talked about yet, so there is more. So just again, the aquatic wild workshops are something that whether you're an actual formal teacher or if you work at the library, I think these activities work for everyone. We've used them a lot even in after school programming. So they can be flexible for what you need, which is awesome. So like she was kind of showing you, they're pretty thick. They have like 55 activities in them with lots of other ways to expand, I think, if you just think creatively. So there's a list there of topics that we kind of cover, but like she mentioned, this is a national curriculum. So not a lot of it is very specific to Nebraska. But I will say when I do this workshop, we always try to tie in Nebraska specific things to it, just because, that really helps solidify learning when it's something that you can relate to and that you've seen before where you live. So we do like to try to tie it to local things, but this is still a great thing, especially because you guys, I think it's called Oceans of Possibilities or something. So there's definitely some ocean related activities in this curriculum as well. So yeah, this will be great. I know we're doing a couple workshops for libraries, and so if you're a part of that, then you'll get to see what's in this a little more detailed from the activities that we'll do with you, so you can know what it's like to do an activity. So another set of curriculum that is out there is called Project Wet, and again, it's a pretty big set of activities. There's a lot of things in there. It's set up really nice, just like Aquatic Wild or Project Wild, that, it tells you what grade levels it's good for. It tells you a lot of the details you need to know to be successful when you implement an activity. And actually Project Wet is not run by us, but we can do those workshops as well. But the kind of where it's housed in Nebraska is under the Nebraska Forest Service. So they do a lot of workshops as well. So their contact and just their website's on here. But as you can see, this curriculum also was very successful. So they branched off in a bunch of directions. They also have Getting Little Feet Wet, and they have some of these also just like little workbooks. So those are available pretty readily, I think, for you to be able to ask or request. We even have a few of these in our office that I don't need, they're just sitting on my shelf. So if you watch this and you're like, oh, I would love to have some of those, like this is all about watershed protection, this one's all about stormwater, please feel free to email me, because I would love to send them to you so that they actually are being used by someone. But yeah, so there's lots of different branches, even to cover a watershed that's designed for even older students. So there's a lot of great variety of activities depending on what age groups you're going to engage with at your library. And then Trout in the Classroom is a really great program that is originally designed, it's a national program designed for school settings. However, I've had quite a few, the library in the school will be the ones to host the tank, or I've had even just like the public library in North Platte, they have a tank for a year. So generally, if you join the program, we hope that you just continue year after year. But this is basically a program that's hoping to connect students to watersheds in their area and help them understand why water quality is important and how many things rely on it, wildlife, fish, all kinds of things. So we do a training with anyone who decides to join the program. We then in January, after you've been prepared and you have all the equipment you need set up, we send you to around 200 trout eggs, and they grow throughout the spring semester, and then usually there's a big release at the end of the year where you get to release your fish, and we usually do this with schools so they get a field trip. So there could be a cool community event that goes along with this in a library setting. So lots of just cool possibilities with this. And this year we have 91 schools across the state participating. It's fully statewide, which is awesome. So really nice to have that program. And we have different activities you can do through it. We have a whole curriculum depending on age level that we've made. There's trout dissection, water quality testing, lots of hands-on things that students can do with the fish tank, with the fish, and just lots of great learning opportunities that I think can be really easily adapted to a library setting. So just something to keep in mind if you're interested in this. Some of the equipment can be kind of expensive, but we do often have scholarships available. So just be keeping that in mind if you're interested. The program, a new year of the program would be starting in about June to August. You would apply or just sign up to join, and then applications during that time as well. And then you would be starting the program next fall. So this year probably it's definitely too late. So just keep that in your mind if you would like to join next year. And then touching on those aquatic or the trunks, the education trunks, we have one specific to aquatic ecology. And basically what's in it is there are different tools and books and things to help you basically do a water quality assessment by looking for macro invertebrates, which are insects that are small enough, but you can see them with your naked eye. You don't need like a microscope or anything to see them. And by looking at the communities of insects in the water, you can actually assess, the health of your water system. So this might be a tougher one for you guys to do, but I do think it's possible if you want to do more of a community event that's off-site, or even if you have a wetland right near your library. I think this would be a really cool thing to do by checking out this trunk. And yeah, there's all kinds of tools to catch those little insects in the water, and identification tools. Like we have a cool little ID charts you can flip through. There's single sheet IDs that are simpler. So that's a good thing for observation and all kinds of different ways that it's helpful. We even have some books. We have a range of books. Some of them are in Spanish, most of them are in English, but we tried to include some in Spanish as well. Like this is about the life cycle of a mosquito. So things that I think would be really helpful if you are going out to actually assess a body of water and see it in person and get people out there. So that trunk is really awesome. You can find it Omaha, Lincoln, Kearney, Norfolk, Valentine, and Scottsbluff. And it's on the same web page that Monica showed you for the other trunks. It's been recently added to there. So hopefully in the spring, this would be something that maybe you guys could check out and try it out and see how your students do with it. Another thing is this wetland outreach and education resources. This is kind of a big grant and a big project that I've been working on. And it's a partnership between Platte Basin Time Lapse, Game and Parks, the Nebraska Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit, which is through UNL, and then Ducks Unlimited. So basically, about 15 years ago, they put together a set of resources to help people learn about Nebraska's really unique wetlands, because we actually have a lot of different kinds of them. And from that project came like a guide to Nebraska's wetlands that, the everyday person could access and learn more about our different types of wetlands. And then there was also, like Monica mentioned, these trail tales. There was a specific issue of that was all about wetlands. So what we're doing in this project is kind of revamping those resources, because we know there's a lot more technology involved these days with how people get their information. And so we're doing a ology magazine about wetlands. So it'll be called Wetlandology, and it'll be designed for those, 4th to 5th grade level. And then we're also updating the guide. We'll have a lot more resources online for people to look at. And our whole goal is to increase the awareness of the value of wetlands in Nebraska and why we should conserve them, because they are really important. So we're still in the process of creating some of these, but they should be finished up in September of 2022. So coming up, they will be done. And basically, it's a really cool way of creative storytelling. There's a lot of different technology we're using. So drones and time-lapse cameras, camera traps, underwater photography. So Platte Basin Time Lapse has done an amazing job with that, and they just continue to get more cool content for this program. So and then, like I said, there'll be some really cool resources that come out of this that will be released in September, and hopefully even more, because we just see there's a lot of possibilities and cool things for people to learn about wetlands from this type of approach. So just something to keep in mind. I know it's not ready quite yet, but there's some cool trailers out there, and you go to NebraskaWetlands.com, you'll see those. One other thing I'm a little less involved in, but it's called FINS, Fishing in Nebraska Schools. And the contact for this program is down below, Larry Pate. And this is a great way to kind of, you can become a youth fishing instructor, so you can help with Larry's events because he holds those family fishing nights throughout the year. Or you can rent one of his trailers that is full of the fishing equipment. And so this could be a great thing. You know, there's a lot of people out there that are part of his volunteer network that love to help with these sorts of events. So just know that if you're interested in offering something like this, definitely contact Larry. He has a set of resources he can send you, or you can even organize a little event in your area. And then a few other fishing related resources. Like I mentioned, those family fishing nights are awesome. They bring all the equipment you need. It doesn't cost you any money, and you can just show up across the state. They'll have a whole scheduled list out for the summer, really spring into fall. And those will have great events that you're welcome to show up to. And it's just a great way to get out there and try out fishing, especially for those younger ones who've never tried it before. They have the baits, they have it all. So there's also the Nebraska State Fish Art Contest. And this is actually a national thing, but they do it by state. So we do this as well. And I believe those artworks will be due in March. So something to look at on our website. We also have this Whiskers coloring book. So it's kind of a nice little hand-drawn set of resource that it's like you can educate yourself about our fish species and you can also color them in. So kind of a cool thing that it's Nebraska specific, and you can kind of learn a little bit more about those fish while you do it. And then we also have this Common Fishes of Nebraska guide. And that's, again, really nice and small, but also has good images in it to help you identify fish if you do go fishing. So these are really nice little things that kind of all age levels can participate in. And then we also wanted to mention we have a Game and Parks YouTube channel that focuses specifically on education. So Monica has done a really great series on conservation careers. So if you have kids that want to learn more about what kind of careers can you have in the conservation field, there's all different kinds of jobs featured in this series, and it's really interesting, and there's great stuff in there. So you can check that out. And there are also specific programming that are recorded from past presentations that are on here that you can watch and learn more about different, nature related topics. So definitely check that out. There's videos on lots of different things. And we have also like some great social media things going on. So on Instagram, we're at Nebraska Wildlife Education, and I think the same thing for Facebook. So be sure to check us out on those because there's lots of events that we put out through those and just information. But otherwise, we hope that this has been really helpful for you to learn more about what resources we have. And both of our emails are on here, so please feel free to reach out to us if you guys have any questions. We're here to help, and we want more people to learn about Nebraska's natural resources. So, Monica, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Oh, I think that's it. If anyone has any questions, please reach out to us. Even if you don't know what you're asking, please reach out to us and just brainstorm with us too.
Perfect. Thanks, everyone.
I emailed and asked if they could send the slides too, because it's easier to copy and paste the links if you have the slides instead of trying to catch it on video. Sally will give a talk at 10 o'clock. So if you want a tour of the library, that'd be great. Restrooms across the hall. And there's still coffee and juice and breakfast stuff. Will you be leading us in the tour, or I can? Yeah. Okay. So we'll be right back at 10 o'clock. And also back on the back table, there are that is up for grabs. Anybody can take them. Just do not take our blue tub underneath on the bottom shelf of the cart. Or the cart. Or the cart. Okay, I think we're open to change. And if we get the cart home, then we can just do it. With my big chain.
Are you serious? It is. I would like to say.
Yes. These fibrous arms always walk out from the outside of the team. Got it. Okay. Right? We would love
Didn't take you long, did it?
Future things that would be going your places and stuff like that. Oh, well, how are you? Because I'd love to get that. Would you share with me what they're on? Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. No, I didn't do that.
The extra training. Yeah, and I never saw anything that said. If this book. No. Sounded like. they never should. And then I was.
It will be 5 years old on April 1st. Cool. We're going on a tour. Fun. Okay. I'll be back here with all the stuff. Or out the door with all the stuff. Let's see, what days of the week are her speech contests?
Thank you.
Oh, grass is so much fun. I just got the red one, but this one's got a red one. And just got another one here. Shirt and a black shirt. Just never getting two more jackets. Oh, this is kind of I use my go-to. So, favorite stuff. And it's not the one I'm using. Did you order last week? What did you order? I got the two first off to each other. One of the notes doesn't breathe, the material doesn't breathe at all. It was nice to have them. I think I can, well, no, I know I'm gonna do two jackets. There's two jackets that I really like.
Nice, nice.
And I'll probably have to get a little bit. This one is just my favorite. I mean, I like it.
This is the extension.
Mitch.
She mentioned 10 o'clock.
Unless they game of football. It was a really interesting. Game of
No, the one you just was sold.
It's not a charade. I don't like it. Jars. And they're so awesome. We just do tower help. They kind of, it seems like they're all the same. Very, very good follow. So have to go so much heels. It's the best. Did it first time. They see so many people. So that was like a strange. Intentional. Not screw though.
So a few minutes. So. So.
You probably never met her.
Exactly.
You're down, right?
So.
Awesome.
You can't, I don't know how people who work in a library can walk by the bookshelf. They're failed.
I mean, I own about 4 books. I need to get read so I can pass them on. But I don't know why. I heard the building's going up.
It's coming along, but
I have
Yeah.
not gone downtown. Last I was there, it was down and everything was flat, but
no, it's the street, the 3 stories skeleton is there. So it's just better, yeah.
Really interesting. Yesterday I was driving to the library and I noticed, even from a couple blocks away, as I was coming from the east down 13, how big it looks from a distance. It looks huge. When we sit there and look at it, it's just a different angle. It doesn't
Right.
look as big, but when you're coming down 13th Street to the library,
oh,
it's massive. It's
so city offices will be the top floor
Yes.
and science museum the bottom and the library the middle,
No,
or
no, yes
part
and no. It'll be top floor, the 3rd floor city hall, the middle floor is library. And then the half of the 1st floor is library and then children's museum.
okay.
So yeah, it's pretty cool.
So will the children's group be on the main floor or the
It'll be on
second?
the 2nd. So we're really excited.
I think the children's museum might be high enough to go into the second part of the second floor too.
It is, but one can't go to it from the 2nd floor.
That's a good point, yeah.
Mhm.
You can only get to it from the first floor.
Right.
It'll be really,
Yeah.
really
So-
exciting.
How are you adapting to the smaller temporary space?
You know, we put a decent amount in storage and then we kind of just read a lot of things, because yeah, it was kind of a nice way to, refresh and revitalize the collection and get rid of things that, maybe one could have gotten rid of in the past, but chose not to, but yeah.
Yeah, then it kind of forced your hand to
Kind of
be,
did.
not be, or be more
Absolutely.
selective.
Mhm.
It was not continuing to order books. and
Yeah.
they had
Of course,
orders,
yeah.
so they were still wanting the opportunity.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And has it affected things with the county, without the county support in the bookmobile, or?
That has none of that. I mean, we used to be able to serve anyone who lived outside city limits. They could come in the library, use it for free because we had that contract, but now we can't. So if you don't work or go to school in city limits, then in your own county, within the county, then you still have to pay.
See, I used to work in Columbus, but they did not do that yet then.
Sure.
And now, a year ago, February, I moved to Platte County, and then they changed that. It's like, oh,
So Brad, what is the fee for that if you live outside of town?
It is, I think it's $25 for half a year, but if you do a full year, it's $40. So yeah, I guess it's a deal, but it's still, it's disappointing that it's.
I know, it's
didn't-
great.
it's-
for you
yeah,
that You're a public library.
Mhm.
I feel it.
Sally, I think I already made you co-host.
Thank you.
And it is a little after 10, so I think there's a few people coming in yet, but I think you can start whenever you would like.
Okay, I am going to, oh goodness, wait for it.
Looks perfect.
Yay. Shall I go ahead and start? Can you hear me all right?
We can, yes. And I can mute us if you need us to.
No, that's fine. I just want to say before I start on my list that the handout is on the Nebraska Library Commission homepage. If you search up in the upper right corner for the word handout and then click on the first thing that comes up, which says handouts again, the top thing should say something like library systems, SRP workshops. And below that is a link to my most recent list, which has 4 more titles than the one that was the Encompass Live list. So we want to get the longest list if you go to our webpage. So I'll go ahead and get started and talk about Oceans of Possibilities for 2022, which is this year now. Oh my. We'll start with, I always have trouble getting this started. Fiction picture books. A man in Brazil finds an exhausted penguin covered in oil on the beach near his home, and he nurses him back to health. The man knows the penguin needs to leave and find his own kind, and the penguin does eventually. But the next year, at the same time, the penguin returns to spend several months with his friend. This happened for many years, and this is based on a true story, as it says at the bottom there. This is a play on The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The boy is sent to the top of the hill to watch for pirates. He calls out several times, and his father corrects him each time, explaining that this is what the ship will look like. It'll have big sails, not these little sails. Or this is what the pirates will look like. They won't be wearing those kinds of clothes. They'll be wearing big blousy shirts and things, until finally the pirates do arrive and everyone hides, but not for the reason you think. Javier and his father Tomas fish every day on their boat, the Magdalena. Various seabirds flock around the boat every day, and one day an albatross was caught on the hooks. Uncle Philippe pulled it from the hook and tossed it on the deck. When they were cleaning up, Javier found it and hid it under a tarp. It was still alive. He later smuggled it to the storeroom behind their house and took care of her. When it was time for her to leave, he found out his father had just sold her. Javier found her and put her in a wheelbarrow and ran up the hill in the wind, thinking this is what she needs to take off. Will she fly? Vivi, who loves science and the ocean, and her class go to the beach to study tide pools. They make aquascopes, instructions are included, and use them to observe what kind of plants and animals they could find in a tide pool. Some good advice is included as part of the story, and the back of the book has a 2-page spread of additional information titled Vivi's Science Facts. Una is a mermaid and enjoys spending time with her otter friend Otto as she collects treasures she finds in the sea. But sometimes trouble finds them. There is one treasure Una cannot quite reach. It's a crown stuck in a rift. She tries, and finally she gives up. But just then an unusual shell floats by. It could be just the thing. It and Una's new goggles that she invented. Yay! This one is so much fun. You can do some plays on words with it after you read it. New neighbors, a girl and her grandma, are not what Captain Swashby wants. He likes living on the shore by himself. That's why he retired there. He writes a few messages in the sand, basically telling them to go away. But each time the ocean washes away part of the words or letters, so the message looks like he's glad they are there. No trespassing becomes sing. So the girl does. It's clever, and kids will have fun with it. The seagull demonstrates that he is better than anyone at swiping food items from people. But then along comes a cute crab, and he charms snacks from people. Soon the two are a team and are polite to all, willing to wait for a treat. Neil Gaiman has written this. It's told in rhyme. A boy and a girl's parents hire a pirate, Long John McGraw, ship's cook, for their babysitter. After the parents leave, the entire ship's crew shows up. They decide to feed the kids pirate stew, and they throw in all kinds of things, then sing their chant, which ends with, "You'll become a pirate too," so the kids don't eat any. They go travel up to Sally's donut shop, and then the kids leave the pirates at the saucy treasure chest, and they go home. Right then, the parents arrive, see the stew, and grab a bite. Then they turn into pirates. So it's life on a pirate ship from now on. This is an older book, but the paperback just came out in May of 2021. Nellie loves her new swimsuit. It is just right. But when she and her mother go to the beach, Nellie avoids getting into the ocean. "Water scares me," she says. She wears her swimsuit for all other activities: bike riding, going out to dinner, sleeping. Mom takes her to visit Grandma, who has a swimming pool. Grandma was a champion swimmer, and she takes time and patience to get Nellie into the water and to teach her to blow bubbles, float, and move her arms. The lessons work. Nellie loves swimming, just like Grandma. A mother and her daughter pretend the bath is actually the sea, with many creatures, dangers, and beauty. Don't forget, it is also a lot of fun. Splashing, it seems, is okay with this mom. This is a wordless picture book. An African-American boy has a camera, and he is taking pictures as he wanders away from his class, who is visiting the ocean floor. He is concerned when he sees the submarine heading back to the surface without him, but he has a few watery friends who help him set up a light signal for when the submarine returns. All is well at the end of the book, and the reader gets to see some of the photos he took. Alba and the ocean cleanup. Alba loved living on her beautiful reef, but over time, more and more trash showed up on the reef floor. One by one, Alba's friends moved away. One day she saw a beautiful pearl inside a plastic bottle. She swam in to get it. She became trapped and couldn't get out again. She and the bottle floated along until a girl on the beach saw her. The girl put her in a bucket with some water and told the people what had happened. The people worked together and cleaned up the beach and the reef. Alba could return home, where she found many of her friends had returned as well. Pat, a fish in a bowl, is out in a rowboat with his friend Mike, an elephant. Mike is napping, so Pat jumps out of the bowl and into the sea. He meets lots of colorful, friendly fish until the crab yells, "Hide!" A shark is coming. Pat cannot hide, and the shark grabs him in his teeth. But wait, what's this big thing coming from the surface? Mike! Yay! Brief text and colorful illustrations will appeal to young readers and listeners. A girl and her mother explore the many sides of the ocean while spending their day at the seashore. The girl says things like, "My ocean is big, my ocean is small," with illustrations to provide the meaning of the opposites. It's poetic and all-encompassing. It's a wonderful day at the beach. Noah must wait on the beach while Nana finishes fixing their boat. He is eager to sail out to find the seals. While waiting, he creates a sand seal and watches the waves with him. When a storm comes, Noah and Nana get into the beached boat to wait it out. Noah's seal is gone after the storm. The boat is fixed, but Nana says they'll go tomorrow to find the seals. But right then, a real seal appears in the ocean. They sail and it leads them to the rocks where many seals are resting. What a day. Captured somewhat by accident, an octopus endures captivity where they give him interesting things to do, but nothing changes. There's no tide coming and going. And one night he left out of the glass house, along the floor, under the door, and off to the sea. This is reminiscent of Inky's journey without the injury, which you'll hear about in the nonfiction picture book section. You can decide which of these two you would like. Kai, a merboy, loves to give squishes or hugs to his mom and anyone else around, but the puffer fish puffs up. He doesn't like squishes. He would rather have a fin bump. Kai finds out what type of contacts each of the other sea animals prefer, and soon he realizes each fish likes his own kind of squish. This is a story about permission and learning what others prefer. The bears, who have been on chairs and in the snow and in a band, to mention a few, are now at the beach. Big Brown Bear is there to help while they build a sandcastle, and they have a little trouble, but eventually they get it built. Little ones will love the bears working hard but still enjoying the beach. It's a good choice for story time. Okay, so this is not the ocean, but it is a fish. The fish bumps his nose on the side of his bowl and decides his house is too small. He walks away and tries some other houses. It isn't until the turtle tells him he cannot breathe without water that he collapses. A girl runs to get him and puts him back in the bowl. Then she puts the turtle in with him. Now the bowl is not too small. He has a friend. Edgar is puzzled and frustrated by his designation as a jellyfish. Okay, the jelly part is fine, but he is definitely not a fish. He talks with some starfish who knows what he means. They are not fish either. Finally, Edgar decides to enjoy what makes him unique and not worry about what people call him. This one is hilarious, but I can only find it in a board book edition right now. An octopus cannot find any underpants that take his 8 legs into account. He has looked everywhere. Then he finds the swanky undersea emporium that has something for everyone. Silly and fun with lots of fish in underpants and other clothing items, hats, socks, jewelry, such. It has a surprise ending. The octopus realizes he doesn't have 8 legs. He has 8 arms. Not a problem. 2 sailors, Albertini and George, are floating along on only a small part of their wrecked ship. When it starts to rain, Albertini thinks it's unfair. George says, it could always be worse. One after another, unfortunate things happen to them, and none of it goes away. George continues to make his statement each time, and one of the things is flying fish with diarrhea, so that's kind of bad. They end up on a small island with a cave, but when George puts out the fire, they see lots and lots of eyes on the ceiling staring down at them. And finally, George says, this does look bad. Albertini relights the fire to find an amazing surprise. This is a very touching, beautiful art book. The art carries the story told in brief text. Each 2-page spread has the wish of an inanimate object, wishing they were larger, shorter, cooler, calmer, and more, to help the family on their way to safety. Fleeing from Vietnam, the mother and 3 children walk away into the night and join others on a too crowded small boat. Their week's journey takes them to a big city. It might be Hong Kong. The author's note at the back indicates this journey is similar to the one she and her family took in 1980 when she was a baby. A child compares his life with that of a baby humpback whale. They both have a mother to watch over them. They both are growing and learning. The whale hits the water with her fin and makes a loud splash. The child can jump into the water and make a splash too. Beautiful art shows the whale's world. Title includes a note at the back of the book giving some additional information about humpback whales. Some picture book nonfiction. Yusra, living in Syria, was hoping to compete in the Olympic Games. Then war comes to her country in 2015. Yusra was 17 at that time, and she and her older sister were sent ahead. They flew to Istanbul, Turkey, then took an overcrowded boat to the Greek island of Lesbos. But on the trip, the boat's engine quit and it was beginning to take on water. So the sisters and 2 others jumped into the sea to guide the boat to the island. They eventually made it to Berlin, Germany, where their family later joined them. This is told in short, 4-line with just 2 or 3 words per line poetry. For example, just a girl with a dream, Olympic Games swimming team. The author also wrote Sakamoto's Swim Club. Children of the field workers who cut the cane keep busy and cool off in the irrigation ditches in Hawaii. The policeman runs them off, but the science teacher, Soichi Sakamoto, asks permission to use the ditches to train the children to compete in swimming. He gets the go-ahead and works with the kids, and eventually some of them decide to work toward the Olympics. This is also told in short 4-line with 2 to 3 words per line poetry. A guessing game or puzzle, the author states several features of the animal on the next page, asks the reader to guess, and then to turn the page. This book is written for quite young readers, so the clues, along with a watercolor illustration of a part of their body, like you see here, will often result in a right answer. Most of the creatures included are from the ocean, with just a few freshwater choices to be named. Again, this is a fun summertime storytime choice. In 1818, Jean Power decided to be a naturalist, studying animals and plants. She taught herself walking the island of Sicily with a notebook, talking to scientists on the island, and reading books. When she became fascinated with marine life, she was the first to design a particular aquarium in order to study them up close. Since scientists had been arguing for years about the shells of the paper nautilus, did they grow their shells or did they steal them? She conducted an experiment and proved that the paper nautilus grew its own shell. She made other discoveries and kept careful notes, publishing her research when able and keeping her name attached to her findings. Told in rhyme and prose, this is the story of plastic, how it began and how it is now everywhere, making it clear that we humans must reduce our production and use of plastic. The oceans are one main focus, especially the 2-page spread on the 2 Great Pacific garbage patches, one on the east coast, on the east side of the Pacific and one on the west. Includes lots of additional information at the back of the book. Marie Tharp, born in 1920, was not allowed to study the natural world until the men went off to war, World War II. She got a job in a laboratory, but she was put on desk duty when the men returned to work. She analyzed the depth measurement data they brought back from their research trips. The data showed a deep valley in the floor of the Atlantic. No one believed her. So she did the work again. The valley was still there. Jacques Cousteau didn't believe her, so he sent cameras down deep into the ocean, and they proved her right. As it says in the book, Marie's map opened up the door for us to better understand our planet. A picture book biography of Mavini Betch, whose great-grandfather in the 1930s bought a beach in Florida for Black people and everyone to use. As an adult, Mavini was an opera singer singing around the world. She returned to Florida and American Beach when her mother became ill. The beach had deteriorated since beaches were no longer segregated. Mavini became the beach lady, working to save the beach and other things in this world. Eventually, American Beach became a part of the National Forest Service. She died in 2005. Here is Inky. This starts off with a look at the octopus life cycle, how they are ready to live on their own right after hatching, what they eat, where they hide, and more. Then we focus on Inky. He had lost the ends of 2 of his tentacles before he was caught in a lobster trap. He probably ate the lobster when he got in there. The fisherman noticed his wounds and took him to the aquarium in New Zealand. He recovered and he lived there for an unspecified time, except that he grew from the size of a baseball to the size of a soccer ball. One night, the keeper forgot to close the lid to Inky's tank tightly enough, and that is all it took. The author provides a plausible, fictionalized route for his escape, likely back to the sea. She also emphasized that octopi are curious, and that likely led to Inky escaping. And it does include an end note. So there's this book and there's the Octopus Escapes. You can see if you want to add either of those to your collection. This book is one of, I'm sure, a number of titles about the hatching of sea turtles. It has excellent photographs, many close-up, and text that relay the hatching and the run to the sea of a clutch of leatherback sea turtles. Sarah Gerhardt had been surfing from a young age. She began in Hawaii. She was the only girl learning to surf there, so she had to use boards and wetsuits designed for men. She loved big waves, and one day in February of 1999 in California, she sat waiting for her wave at Mavericks, a famous beach known for its huge waves up to 50 feet high. No woman had successfully surfed a big wave there until Sarah. A fold-out page near the end of the book gives a sense of the size of the wave that she rode. Now we have a few beginning readers. One is Little Penguin. He and his friends have discovered a strange object. It is not tasty, and it is not at all comfy to sit on, but penguins love a mystery. Franklin thinks it could be a back scratcher. Reginald thinks, since part of it spins, it could be a feather dryer. Maybe it's a kickball launcher. They have various ideas of what it might be. Creative thinking, solving a puzzle or not, and working together combine in this beginning reader, and kids will love the fact that they have it set upside down in the first place, and away they go. Clark is ready for the school sing. He loves to sing. The class's practice went great, but then he discovers there is a dance to go with it. He cannot dance and sing. He falls down. The day of the event, their teacher tells the class to sing out and have fun. But when they see the audience, they all freeze. Finally, Clark starts to sing and the class joins in. Their dance becomes a conga line instead as they have fun. And I forgot to point out that this is now part of the I Can Read Comics set of titles from the publisher. Ty looks out the window and it is a great day to go to the beach. He and his dad go to the sandbox and Ty imagines the beach. They build a sand castle and they see some seagulls. Soon they are splashing in the water. We see them with water hoses. Ty's friend Jazz joins them bringing his beach ball. There's some imaginary surfing and then it's time for real ice pops. What a great day. This is a good example of imaginary play. Speaking of the beach, here's another book about really going to the beach. A family of 4 pack the car and head to the beach for a glorious day. Short sentences will appeal to the new reader. Hot sand, run fast, dive in quick. Something tickles, seaweed, ick. Fish tells his mom that the ocean floor is dark and cold and boring. He is going out. Fish went up to the surface, but it was still dark and cold and boring. But then something amazing happened. The sun rises. Fish introduces himself and soon Sun and Fish are playing games. Then the sun turns red and explains that he is setting. Fish is confused. He doesn't know what that means and he's lonely again. Going home, he has a tear in his eye. The next morning, he goes to the surface again. His friend Sun is there. They agree to meet every day to play. And again, this is an I Can Read Comics title. Some early chapter books. Soraya and her 4th grade class are going to the aquarium, which Soraya loves. All of her classmates think she's a little weird, and she sneaks off to the immersion display. There she thinks she sees something unusual. It's a mermaid. When she finally can talk with the mermaid, she learns that she was accidentally caught in the net, catching small fish to feed the aquarium fish. She must get back to the sea and back to her family. Soraya finds a bucket and cart and manages to leave the aquarium with Estelle. The bay is just across the street. Soraya gets in trouble with her teacher, but she does manage to get Estelle back to the sea. This is book 1 of Benny and the Shark, Benny McGee and the Shark. Benny must write a report for school, but when a real shark with lots of teeth shows up in the rain while he is walking to school, he is caught off guard. He runs home at the end of school and then he sees the shark riding a scooter around his house 3 times. He's circling his prey. His parents suggest Benny invite him in, so he does. And he's friendly and he learns a lot about sharks. He names him Mr. Chompers. He thinks bringing the shark to school would be perfect for his report. But the deep sea fisherman who was going to talk to the class tries to catch Mr. Chompers in his net. The shark must run to the sea. But after that, Benny was no longer afraid to go into the ocean. This has the illustrations in blue and gray on every page. And book 2 is Benny and the Sharks. We Are Now Famous, because Benny shot a video of Mr. Chomper eating cookies as he tossed them to him. and it was put up on the internet kind of surreptitiously. And now there are news trucks following them everywhere. This is book 1 of Shelby and Watts, and it's titled Tide Pool Trouble. Oh my goodness. It's a graphic novel. Shelby, a fox fond of mysteries, and Watts, a badger fond of his encyclopedia, receive a letter from a hermit crab asking for help. When they arrive at the shore, they spot their friend Artie, a rhino, hunting for treasures. He points them down the shore to where the good shells are. They find Fred, the hermit crab, on the beach, and then they go to the tide pools where they find lots of different animals. At first, it seems they are going in circles, and then Shelby realizes something and solves the mystery. Kondo and Kizumi visit Giant Island. It's the first book in a series of 3 so far. There might be more than that. Kondo and Kazumi live in a world similar to ours, but with some very different animals and other possibilities. They live on an island, and one day they find a map in a bottle. Kazumi, the small orange one, wants to build a boat and go exploring. Kondo, the bigger yellow one, does not. Eventually, they sail away from home and they find an island made of cheese. Yum! Dairy Island. As they venture off, a storm blows up, and soon they are lost. But there is an island nearby. It has a talking mountain named Albert on it. Albert doesn't want them to leave, so he blows away their boat during the night. They work it out, build a new boat, and promise to visit again. And they go back out on the sea to look for more adventures. So in book 2, they reach Bell Bottom. And in book 3, they are not alone. This is when they go back to their home island, and things are a little different. Wind Riders, this is book 1 in this new series, Rescue on Turtle Beach. Max and Sophia find a magical sailboat thanks to a seagull and travel to Hawaii in an instant to help some sea turtles hatch and find the ocean. It's a good adventure story with environmental information included in the action. And Amazon says this is book 1 of 3. I haven't seen the other ones. Some fiction for grades 2 to 5 or approximately. Eva Evergreen, Semi-Magical Witch. Eva gets her assignment to work for her novice witch rank at the coastal town of Oteri. Her magic is small, as is her confidence, but she knows practice will help make her magic stronger. She has an odd quirk. When she uses magic, she gets tired and has to sleep. No other witch has to rest as much as Eva. Still, she does her best to help the people of the town. Her magical repair shop begins to get business, and her efforts help in unexpected ways. Then she learns that a huge magical storm is headed for the seashore town Oteri that she's living in, and she must find a way to protect the town. The sequel is out now, Eva Evergreen and the Cursed Witch. Set in Barbados, Josephine, 11, is determined to keep her widower father from finding a girlfriend. She is also eager to play on the school's cricket team, but the coach is against it. Then a new woman comes into their lives, Maris. She is beautiful and loving, but also she does not like to be contradicted. It isn't long before strange things are happening, and Josephine comes to the conclusion that Maris is a sea creature from Caribbean folklore, and she will not be easy to defeat. Half-sisters Stella and Josie, only 4 months apart, will be starting high school in the fall. Since they only get together for the summer on the Jersey shore with their dad, Josie, who lives in Australia, is ready for all their usual fun. Stella is hoping to change their image up to almost high schoolers. Another big change this year is their much-loved flavored ice store is gone, and a new smoothie store has taken its place. It isn't long before Josie and Stella realize they have stumbled into a mystery. Something strange is up, and they are determined to find out what is going on. Told in alternating chapters of Now, where they are each talking with a police detective, and the recent past. It's a good mystery, good friends, potential boyfriends, and a satisfying summer read. Princess Noah, 12, her older brother, Prince Julian, 16, and Princess Might, who's 5, must flee their land when someone has killed their mother. Julian should be king by now, but they are in exile. Julian's magic keeps their moving island afloat, and his bargain with the sea serpent keeps them from being spotted by their enemy, Xavier Whitethorn. He was the one who had their mother killed. Noah keeps an eye on her brother, as she knows his magic can affect him, and he could end up an evil Dark Lord. Betrayal and danger face them all, but Noah is the best of them at strategy and unexpected moves. Can they regain their kingdom? This is the first book about Mr. Tiger Betsy, and it involves the blue moon. Betsy K. Glory 8 has purple hair, an ice cream making father, and a mermaid mother in this whimsical story full of unusual characters. They live on an island left off the map of the world, but they're not distressed about that. Mr. Tiger arrives via his ship, bringing with him his circus made up of gongalong acrobats, people much smaller than the usual humans. The problem to resolve is Princess Albie of Gongalong, which is an island, is now living on the island left off the map of the world, but she's been turned into a toad by her half-sister, Princess Olaf. Mr. Tiger has an idea of how to solve it, involving a blue moon and almost everybody else. The quirky plot and solution will entertain readers who will also enjoy the satisfactory conclusion. This book and its sequel both use a dyslexic-friendly type and blue ink for the illustrations and text. Mr. Tiger, Betsy, and the Sea Dragon is the second book, and traditionally the Sea Dragon leaves her egg with the people on the island left off the map of the world, and the people care for it and protect it until it hatches. She lays an egg every 50 years, so this is the first time for a lot of the townspeople. Pirates arrive on the island, and they switch the egg with a hen's egg, and they hold the egg for ransom. They want 3 crates of golden apples. Never fear, Mr. Tiger may have a way for him and Betsy to outwit the pirates. She doesn't remember it, and now she is afraid of her. Her best friend Gaina is being rather unfriendly and teases her that she can't remember anything, even yesterday. But she can, it's just last year she can't remember. A new girl, Clara's age, comes to the island and enjoys Clara's company. Maybe Gaina will rethink her moody treatment of Clara. Finally, several things come to a head at the same time, and it is now time for Clara to remember what happened and what she needs to do now. This is book 2 in the Mouse Watch series, but you don't have to have read book 1. It's associated with the Rescue Rangers from TV. Bernie, Bernadette, and Jarvis, a rat, are the newest members of the Mouse Watch, an organization dedicated to saving the world. They are continuing their trainer, with Bernie eager to get real assignments and Jarvis looking forward to the next meal. Due to circumstances, Bernie and Jarvis are the only Mouse Watch members available for a vital assignment, which involves scuba diving to a sunken ship that has a valuable item on board. Can they save the day? This is set in 2017. Samira, 11, her brother and her parents are now refugees in Bangladesh after fleeing their home in Myanmar, formerly Burma. They are Rohingya, an ethnic group, and Muslim. The Rohingya lost recognition from the Myanmar government, after which prejudice against them slowly increased to attacks and the burning of homes. Now Samira sells hard-boiled eggs each day to the tourists on the beach. Her father works on a shrimp boat. Her brother works at a nearby restaurant, and her mother tends their chickens and cares for their one-room shack, their home. Samira makes some friends, other girls who are selling things to the tourists, and when all is sold, the other girls like to try surfing the waves. Samira is afraid of the water after seeing her 2 grandparents get swept away by the river when they were escaping to Bangladesh. But after some time, she tries it and she finds it fun and freeing. Soon they learn that there is a surf contest coming up, and the prize is money, something all of them would like to win for their families. This is book 2 of the series. Domingita, or Dom for short, she's in 3rd grade, and her abuela used to read books together. Now her abuela has moved to Florida to live with her sister, and Dom misses her so much. In the second book of the series, Dom and her new friends, Poncho and Steph, are imitating Treasure Island, except they found a treasure map in the copy of the book at the library. Sorry, there may be a real treasure. Well, it's money that was stolen from the grocery store in 1967, and they will absolutely return the money to the store, but they are on the case. This is book 1 of 7, says Amazon. 8 kids, each with their special expertise, make up the Secret Explorers. The first book involves Connor, a marine life expert, and Roshni, space expert, taking a submersible to locate and redirect a pod of humpback whales to get them back on their usual route to Antarctica. They have a few obstacles to overcome, but they do not quit. At least one illustration on every 2-page spread helps to carry the story along. Rusty is 10, and he had to attend summer school since he flunked math. When he can, he spends time taking care of his sailboat. While at the dock, an old lady in a wheelchair comes up to him to talk. Then she asks for a ride in his boat. No, he says. Her name is Hazel, and they soon become friends. She hires him to do odd jobs around her house. Every day she gives him time to get started on his homework, and then they do something fun and interesting. Her curiosity about his days and the things they do together help him master his homework. Finally, Russell gives Hazel a ride on his boat, and they have a wonderful time. He has passed math and is done with summer school, so he doesn't see Hazel again until he stops by her house and finds out she's in the hospital. He manages to see her that one last time, and they relive their wonderful day of sailing. Jake is 11 and is sent to Dewee's Island near Charleston, South Carolina, to spend the summer with his grandmother, Honey, while his mom stays in the hospital with his dad, who is slowly recovering from an IED attack. At first, he is stunned. He lost his phone. Honey has no TV, no Wi-Fi, and also he is expected to do chores every day. He quickly realizes how much there is to do and learn on this special island. New friends, Macon and Lovey, or Livia, are soon with him every day. So this is about the wildlife of the island, their safety and the human safety, helping to watch for sea turtle nests, and they're learning that there's plenty to do outside. The author of A Wolf Called Wander now gives us the story of an orca family. Vega, an adolescent orca, and her younger brother Deneb are separated from their pod, and then out in the ocean they experience an ocean tsunami. They are disoriented and don't know which way to go to get back to where their pod might be. Finding their way may be impossible, but Vega is a future wayfinder for her pod, and she is determined to succeed. This is a fictional look at the lives of orcas. Translated from the Dutch, this won several book prizes in the Netherlands. Lampie, the lighthouse keeper's daughter, has kept things running for her and her father for a while now, but she can be forgetful. The night of a bad storm, she is out of matches. She tries to get some, but fails. Lampie is then sent to the Admiral's Black House as a maid in punishment, and her father is imprisoned in the lighthouse and forced to light it every night. His meals are delivered daily. Lampie soon befriends the monster in the house, who is actually a merboy, but he calls his tail a deformity. Over time, the people left at the house waiting for the Admiral's return come to support each other. When finally Admiral does return, he has decided he is done with foolishness and he is going to get rid of his son, the merboy. He's going to sell him. But he has not encountered a determined Lampie before, and things may not go the way the Admiral wants. Okay, this is John Sheska, and it is wacky. It does say Mission 2, it's book 2 of this series. It turns out 5 animals have been trained for looking for a new planet for all of humanity to move to because we've messed our planet up so badly. This is the second planet they've visited called the Water Planet. They need to conduct tests and determine if it will be suitable for humanity's new home. Alpha Wolf, once again, is shirking his responsibilities. President P.T. Clam of the Water Planet proposes that we just trade planets. After taking the astronauts on a very carefully guided tour, Alpha Wolf is in favor of agreeing to the switch. Possibly bogus charts and graphs are used to support the switch. All but Alpha Wolf note that they must complete their reports before making a decision. Will they trade planets? Are we doomed? The second title is as wacky as the first. It's goofy and fun, as you would expect from John Sheska. This is a full color graphic novel. Sophie is 12, a young witch, and she is anxious to pass her audition to the Royal Magic Academy. Her self-doubt and negative self-talk may threaten her success. She is sent to Auntie for training, but is put off by all the chores she must do. And there's very little training happening. She tries a spell on her own and it backfires, entwining herself and a young sea dragon, Lear. Lear is now stuck in human form, cannot change back to a dragon. and does not remember anything of his life. How will they resolve this mess? Some nonfiction for grades 2 to 5 or so. Starts with the shark book. Oh, I just learned yesterday that Steve Jenkins has passed away. I think it happened Monday. So that is a very hard thing to know. We're looking at the shark book. He has a couple more books coming out with Robin Page. Their expected format contains many torn and cut paper illustrations of lots of sharks and will attract readers. Basic information about sharks in general and some specific information about particular species is given. A number of pages show the shark's sizes compared to an adult human. This is sure to grab browsers' attention if you put it on display. Kate Messner has a series called History Smashers, and a couple of them work for our theme. Pearl Harbor, this is well researched, and the series, as the series is known to do, addresses the rumors associated with well-known events. Here, the author begins with some background, both on World War II and Japan's place and politics in the Pacific at that time, as well as some history on Hawaii. Details of the attack and the aftermath are given, including first-person accounts of where they were and what they saw and experienced. The main myth that is debunked is that the attack was completely unexpected. Several people had seen the signs and warned of the likelihood of an attack, and US military leaders had considered the threat and suggested air patrols around Oahu, but that did not happen. The second book on the list, in this title, Messner starts with the building of the Titanic and some about its sister ship, the Olympic. And it follows the timeline of the Titanic's maiden voyage across the Atlantic and the tragic disaster of its sinking. Some of the myths that are debunked are the number of lifeboats. It did not have enough for everyone on board, but they were not required to. It did actually have 4 more than they were required to, still far less than needed. And what song the band played while the ship sank? Well, there were actually 2 bands and they were playing different songs. Each 3-page spread, one is folded over and opens up to reveal the real animal. They first show a fanciful creature and then it opens up to show the real thing. There are some weird animals in the ocean. 12 strange and little known animals are offered as the strangest thing in the sea. Which one will you choose? In 2002, an approximately 2-year-old female orca was spotted swimming alone in Puget Sound off the coast of Seattle. This was too strange. Female orcas stay with their mothers throughout their lives, living with their close family in a pod. Mark Sears went out to check, and yes, she was alone. So this documents the event, discovering what whale she is, what pod she belonged to, checking on her health and welfare, and then finding a way to reunite her with her pod. It has illustrations on almost every 2-page spread to move the story along. A few teen titles, and I'm going to try and get done on time. Breathing Underwater. Olivia, 13, and her older sister Ruth, 16, are traveling in an RV with family friends back to California for a visit. Ruth has been dealing with depression, and Olivia is keeping an eye out on her in case she goes back into the pit. Olivia is hoping to recreate the fun they had on their trip moving to Tennessee, but many things are different now. Olivia is eager for Ruth and her to reach their old stomping grounds in California and dig up their treasure box. They buried it 3 years ago on their favorite beach. Ruth is not that interested. Hazel, 12, and her younger sister Peach have been traveling with Mama for 2 years, ever since the accidental death of Mama's wife, Mum. Hazel was Mum's child and Peach is Mama's. They will now live in a small coastal town in Maine for the summer. And just as they are settling in, the neighbor stops by and she is Mama's best friend from school. Hazel just wants to go home to California, and an old friend of Mama's could nix that. It turns out that Hazel was with Mum in the kayak when the accident happened that ended up killing her. And she still needs to recover from this loss. And so they talk about what she needs and they can do for her in the future. Sorry. This is a full color graphic novel from the Heroes and Heroines series, book 4. The legend of the 16th century pirate is told in a straightforward manner. O'Malley is determined and a skilled sword fighter, fighting for her native Ireland against the English. Readers of this graphic novel are likely to hunt up more information on her life and legend. Berkeley, age 12, and her best friend Garth, about 12, live on the ship Atlas since the oceans rose and cover the whole earth. They work as scavengers, diving to find whatever that can still be salvaged from the cities under the sea. One day, Berkeley accidentally wakes up a real sea monster, and it is intent on eating them both and attacking the ship. With quick thinking, Berkeley and Garth avoid being eaten and sink the monster with a heavy bag of salvage. They are surprised when a research submarine takes them on board. Getting used to a submarine and their new duties, they soon learn this ship studies sea monsters to learn how to deter them from attacking ships. But it turns out pirates could be worse than sea monsters. This is a story about Lewis, who hid in the hover car to go with his father, but discovers that his father and his assistant, Hannah, are on their way to actually discover Atlantis and prove that it exists. And they are considered invaders. And so there's this attempt to escape, and they are aided in that attempt to escape by Kaya, who lives in Atlantis and has always wondered if there really are people who live on the surface. Max, 12, and his older sister Jala have lived in Flood City all their lives. It is the only place above water since the floods. The chemical barons circle above the earth, wanting to return. The Star Guard, big blue aliens, protect Flood City from the barons. And one attack by a baron ship starts everything in motion. There's a renewed rebellion by the people of Flood City. And there's lots of action and quick thinking on everybody's part. The chemical barons are overwhelmingly white, and the citizens of Flood City are primarily people of color. This is a full color graphic novel. Morgan Kwan, 15, has a plan to keep a low profile and leave her island home for college so she can be completely herself, gay. She believes her friends won't understand. As the book opens, she has accidentally hit her head and fallen off the rocks into the sea. She is rescued by Kelty, who is a Selkie. Morgan believes she is hallucinating, and she gives Kelty a kiss. This enables Kelty to look human and follow Morgan to her house. She tells Kelty they must be secret, and Morgan's friends wonder why Morgan seems to be avoiding them and spending so much time with Kelty. Rick Riordan, Daughter of the Deep, yes. Anna Dakar, almost 15, learns that she is the last in the line of descendants of Captain Nemo. He did really exist. Her school has been destroyed, and only one professor and her freshman class of 20 are alive to discover why. Much of the high tech that Nemo invented and discovered is DNA coded, and Anna is needed to activate it, including the Nautilus. Adventures, discoveries, and possible betrayals keep the action moving, and there's a possibility for another book in the future, though I haven't seen any information about that anywhere. And a couple of older books for older readers. Simideli, Simi, was reclaimed from the sea by Yamoja, who remade her as a Mamawati, which is a mermaid, whose task is to recover the souls of people who die in the ocean. But one day, a young man was tossed overboard, and he was not dead yet, so Simi saved him. She didn't know she was breaking a promise of Yamoja. Now Simi must ask the Supreme Creator's forgiveness in order to save her sixth sister, Mama Watas, Yamoja, and herself. This task is more dangerous because Simi must find the true rings needed to summon the Creator, and the trickster god is after them as well. This has, in the author's note, she says, the book takes place during the mid-1400s, the beginning of the slave trade. This is history, fiction, and mythology blended together, and it's West African mythology. It makes a wonderful book. Last book? No, it isn't second to last book. Valora Luck has a room on the Titanic. Unfortunately, the elderly English lady she worked for passed away before their sailing. She manages to get on board and ends up pretending to be Mrs. Sloan, her former employer in first class. She's looking for her brother who's traveling in D class. Her plan is to convince him to rejoin her as acrobats. A man connected with the Ringling Brothers Circus is on board, and if they perform for him, they could get jobs with the circus and get into the US in spite of the Chinese Exclusion Act. Her brother is not interested. Plenty of adventures before the expected and unavoidable conclusion. Still, it says at the beginning of the book, of the 8 Chinese passengers aboard the Titanic, 6 survived. And I have just one more picture book to show you that I found out about on Monday called The Whole Whale. And it's about putting 100 animals on the pages, and they add skinks and skunks and snakes and cats and sheep. but can they get the whole blue whale on there? And at the back of the book, there's 2 fold out pages, and yes, they did. So that might be something you'll want to include as well. So thank you.
Is she gonna make a list?
She has a list, handouts, and next year I will have them printed out and give to everybody, so you can just start, live and learn. I should have had it. It would have made everybody's life easier this year, I'm sorry.
But she has a list. that you
Yes,
email
if you
her.
go to the Nebraska Library Commission's website and type handouts in the upper right corner, is that correct, Sally?
That is correct. And you will be, there'll be a word handouts that you click on, and then you'll go to the screen that has all my handouts, and the top thing up there says Library System SRP Workshops, and below that is a link to a PDF of my list. That PDF has all the books except the whole whale. If you click on the Encompass Live one, that's missing 4 books, so get the best one.
Top one, yeah.
Top one.
Anybody have any questions for Sally?
Just fill in the blanks.
Yeah, a lot of information. Okay, the extension office will give a presentation at 11, so in about 10 more minutes. So if you want to get up and stretch, slowly grab a drink or snacks or anything.
Yay.
So about 10 minutes
love
just
those
to relax. Yeah. And I'm so sorry, I should have had a list. I saw everybody writing and I thought, oh, why didn't I just have this?
It doesn't help. But I wrote pretty fast.
I'm still a newbie. So far, everything I've done has been online. So
I know,
this
but
is
you're
just
doing great.
all exciting to do it in person. Maybe you just slide over a little, McKenna, and we're gonna try to. Oh, no. Thank you.
That's important. I'm following. Looks cool. Oh, yeah, I got the fish. Cool.
And I'll unplug the mouse again, I suppose. And
We got this down, right?
I think so, yeah.
I got some commuters from Bancroft. Yeah.
Oh, I'm already logged in from yesterday. I think that clock's a little slow.
Okay.
But yeah, and it's no big hurry.
Sounds great.
And you have a meeting at noon?
We have another one.
Okay.
Is there a little room we can? see?
There is, actually, it's straight through here. Straight through here, so there's a conference room.
Awesome. That works so
All
good.
private.
Yeah, and this time we both have to be.
Oh,
I
really?
mean, timing couldn't be better for all of us. It's like we can do this, we can do that, if we can stay, and so it's a win-win.
Yeah. And the weather's nice again.
Yeah.
Another win. Wow.
It's a fun time to drive and be on the road too, because like I mentioned, we haven't been out and about as much, and it's like when you can drive and it's January and you're not fighting ice or snow and.
Until this weekend, we'll see.
Yeah, I did
But-
notice that.
Mhm. Oh, you got your laminated stuff.
up, so. Oh, here it goes.
No, I haven't actually know. So here I am sitting directly in the back. Is it warm out? It's not too bad. I'm cold. I'm cold. It's cold. No, it's. Usually I'm not cold. I usually don't know what I'm like. Whatever I am.
It makes you feel better. Yes, I'm just gonna make sure I'm trying not to. I didn't sleep well last night. Well, I'm training. Yeah. So my legs are really sore, and it doesn't matter what position they're in. It'll get better. It's just unfortunately. Yeah. I needed to sleep last night. Really? You don't have to get it that early? Oh, yeah. My son has to be at school by 8.
Our life. During the week.
Oh.
And on Saturday.
Yeah, we're open early. But you know, there's all this stuff you have to do ahead of time, so. And I honestly would rather stay until.
No, you were. One more.
Yeah, you said I'll be available for everybody. Are you open full time hours then?
I'm just there. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
That's not too bad though. That's one thing I will say, until I went full time. Just get anything done. I love my job. So I love it, but yeah. done. Five. That morning. I used to work out in the mornings, now I have to work out after work, which after school or after work, there's supper to be made and there's so many other things to do. My daughter's back from college, so that has been really helpful. She's helping out. She's able to switch on. No, I'm good. Our local community. She's been a last yard online, she did everything online. So it's just been which she's perfect. And she's been she's taking classes. My daughter's doing it, and it's working out just beautifully for her.
Or Megan too.
How far are they?
11, 9, and 11.
Yeah, that's a good one. She can do it online. What is she studying?
Cyber security.
Yeah. You always have to be doing some sort.
It's kind of real up and coming, so. That's when I was back to school last year. And today, she works in the library.
It's like the same thing now, but I can absolutely see that. It makes sense to me. Very much continuing on. Changing.
It's funny though. You know, and yeah, no wonder you never know.
My dad was like, "Let's try really hard." But couldn't quite. And of course now I have a bunch of things that she's got to read.
All right, I think we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're really excited to be here and to be a part of your summer workshop. It's fun for Nebraska Extension to be at the table and to be able to celebrate the successes that we've had in the past year and then give you some sneak peeks of what we have in store for next year as well. So libraries are one of our favorite organizations to partner with. So we are excited to show you what we have here today. So my name is Jackie Steffen, and I am an early childhood extension educator. And I'm located in Hardington, Nebraska, so clear up northeast. I actually cover a series of counties of that direction as well, but my primary office is in Hardington. I have been with the program since it got started in 2014. So it has been a journey, but it was one of those things that actually started up in Northeast Nebraska, and we were surprised at how it was able to grow throughout the state and then beyond our state borders as well. So we're really proud of this program and proud of our partnerships that we have with all of you as well. So today I have Sarah and Tiffany presenting with me as well, and I'll let each of them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Sarah Roberts, and I'm from Dixon County. I'm also an early childhood educator there. So I cover Dixon, Dakota, Wayne, Thurston, and Pierce counties up in Northeast Nebraska. So yeah, Jackie is my early childhood counterpart up in Northeast, and we've worked together to do a lot of collaboration with this program. So we're super excited to bring it to you today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiffany Sessions. I am an extension educator focused in STEM, located in Douglas and Sarpy County. So not far from here. Even though I got off on the wrong exit, I was like, oh, what this place am I still missing? I am really new to the team. This will be my second year, but super excited to be here and to present my activity.
Yeah, and we're super happy to have Tiffany as a part of our team because our program is called STEM Reading Connections, and it's nice to have an actual STEM expert on our team. Our team is about 10, 12 individuals strong. We have early childhood educators, we have individuals with STEM backgrounds, we have individuals with food and nutrition backgrounds, with college and career readiness backgrounds. So it's really nice to have the diversity of our team when we're going to create the different lessons. So just a kind of overview of what we're going to do over the next hour. We're going to do a brief overview of the program in general, and then we're going to dig right in. And we're going to let you know what does the components look like for the 4-H age youth, kind of targeting that kindergarten to 6th grade, what opportunities you would have within your library. And then what does the components for the early childhood piece look like? So we'll have some hands-on pieces that come in just a little bit. So with that being said, I wanted to share with you, it'll go back one for me. You know, now it goes back to, I think I'm in. So I think it's really important that I take the opportunity to share our mission of Nebraska Extension. So it's really straightforward. If you look at it, it's engaging with Nebraskans wherever they are and connecting them with resources, research, and innovation of the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. And that's what we're doing today. So you're having your meeting here in Blair. We're happy to be a part of it and meet you where you're at and share these resources with all of you. The thing that's unique about Extension is that we are in all 93 counties. So we're the only organization in Nebraska that can truly take a research from the university and disseminate it to everyone across the state. And you might wonder, how do we connect with 1.9 million Nebraskans? Well, you can think in your head a little bit. Do you have children or no children who attend childcare or who are in 4-H? If so, you have a connection to Nebraska Extension. If you have a lawn care service and they spray your lawn each year, it's likely that that licensed lawn care provider has taken pesticide training. And so that's a service that's provided by Nebraska Extension. How many of you like to eat in restaurants? Yeah, I was going to say, my hand goes up too. So Nebraska Extension trains many employees in the restaurant industry in a program called Serve Safe. So making sure that food is served safely to its consumers. So there's many different ways that Nebraska Extension reaches out to individuals in all 93 counties. And each of us work in a different priority area. So you heard that Sarah and I are early childhood, Tiffany's 4-H. Other priority areas that we have are we have educators who focus on beef systems. We have educators who focus on rural prosperity. or food, nutrition, and health, or disaster education. So we all specialize in one of those different areas, and then we're assigned to a number of different counties. So every county has kind of an expert in each of those priority areas that can serve the needs of the clientele there. So with that in mind, here's a picture of all of our 4-H educators across the state. And what we want to say to all of you is thank you. You have been wonderful to partner with. Like I mentioned, this program started back in 2014. And what's amazing to all of us is how the partnerships between Extension and local libraries are each unique. And I think you know your patrons, your clientele, your young readers better than us. And so you're able to take the resources that we have and partner with us that'll best meet the needs of your patrons. And so we appreciate any existing relationships that we've had. We hope to build upon them. And then if you haven't had the opportunity to work with Nebraska Extension, we want to work with you. So feel free to reach out. So as I mentioned earlier, you're going to see two different parts of the STEM Reconnections program. The 4-H component was the first component that was started back in 2014, and that's where we designed 4 customizable lessons that are free of charge, that can be delivered by Extension personnel, by library staff. They've been used in after-school settings. They've been used in school settings as well. And so those are the pieces that encompass the 4-H component. The early childhood component is a piece that was designed 2 years ago, and they encompass STEM imagination guides. And Sarah's going to walk us through those STEM imagination guides here in just a moment. And so that's a newer piece that when we realized there was a kind of an audience that we were missing. And so just to give you an overview of looking back before we look forward. So last year's theme, Tales of Tales, was really fun for us. So what we had done is we created 8 imagination guides. And you can see the different habitats that we focused on. So we had desert and farm and pond and rainforest. And if you look at that chart over there, you can see the most popular was farm. And the storybook that the farm one coincided with was A Little Red Barn. And so that's a story that many of us are familiar with and is very popular with young children as well. And so we kind of smiled and thought, Nebraska is very rural. So it wasn't a big surprise to us that that was the guide that was downloaded and used the most. So these are all stored on our website, and we'll show you that website here in a little bit as well. And last year we had over 400 downloads from 21 states, and we were able to reach over 1,800 youth. And so that's thinking that early childhood, that birth to age 8. They were used in a variety of different ways at camps, at workshops, and libraries and YMCAs and public schools. And probably some of the best feedback that we got was just about how the activities were so much fun and they were low cost or no cost. So it wasn't something that you needed to have a lot of prep for. So it was something that parents, grandparents, anyone who liked to read with young children were able to use. So that's just looking back at our 2021 impact. And then as we think about our 4-H Reading Connections program for the more of the school age youth, and I've talked about this a little bit, each year we take our 4-H curriculum and we match it to your theme. So this year, our Oceans of Possibility, you'll find that our lessons tie directly with that. And those lessons are customizable, like I mentioned earlier, and there's so much content in them. And even though they're designed for about 50 minutes, 60 minutes, I think we would give you a gold star if you could get it all finished up in 50 or 60 minutes. What we want to do is provide you with more than you can possibly use. So you can pick and choose what meets your needs. So there's always 1 to 3 hands-on activities. There's book suggestions. Many libraries will choose to pull out those books or to use those books, maybe when we start the lesson out. And there's a physical fitness component as well. And ultimately, what our goal is we love our partnerships with our libraries. We want to spark an interest in young children. We want them to read during the summer, and we want them to be interested in 4-H as well. So to learn other opportunities that they can be involved in. So with that in mind, I am going to pass it over to Tiffany, and she's going to share what's new this year.
Cool. So this year, we decided to focus 4 themes of activities that align with our 4 H's. So for those of you that do not know, our 4 H's stand for head, heart, hands, and health. And I'll start with heart because our activity today is actually going to be focused on the head, okay? So the heart focuses on treasuring your heart, looking at oysters and how they make pearls and how each of us has a talent and kind of how those things develop. So I didn't write all these activities, so I wrote notes so that you get a better idea of what these activities kind of are. So in the heart, they create cool little hearts made of like 5 different color construction papers. They put them together, and in the middle, they write their names. And on each flat, they kind of write things about themselves, what they like to do, what they like, those types of things, and what makes them a treasure, right? What their treasures are. They also make a little treasure chest and create a bracelet that they're able to put their treasure chest in and talk a little bit about how pearls are formed and that type of thing. For the hands, we talk about our blue planet, how, of course, the majority of the earth is in fact water, but not all of it is available for our consumption, right? There's lots of bodies of salt water. And so the youth talk about watersheds and get to do a fun activity where they ball up a piece of paper and then unball it. And so, of course, it's like peaks and valleys in there. And so they use markers to highlight some of the mountains or the higher parts of the paper. And then for like the valleys or the water parts, they mark those as well with a different colored marker. And then we kind of highlight places where humans might live. So it really gives the youth a really good understanding of kind of how our planet works. There's also a really cool activity where they use Play-Doh and they kind of form it in a sphere. And then they split it into fourths, even fourths. And then they take 1 or 2 colors where they look at how 1/4 of the earth actually is land. And then the other 3/4 is water. So it gives them a really good idea of kind of how things are split up as far as the earth is concerned. So those are the activities for the hands. And then health is a really fun activity where you learn about salt and how salt is good for us and how it, depending on how much, cannot be so good, right? So there's a really cool demonstration in this activity where they're able to see different types of foods that they eat and how much salt is actually in them. So they really get a good idea of some things that they probably should not eat and things that they probably should. There's also a part where they do a buoyancy test with eggs. So they learn about different bodies of water. They learn about tap water, ocean water, the Dead Sea, those types of bodies of water, and how salt consumption kind of increases based on those. And then they put an egg in the water, and they see based on how much salt content, which body of water the egg floats. And there's some discussion around those pieces as well. For the dolphin tail, which is the one that I made up and I love, to me, I think it gives the youth more creative ability. It really focuses on the engineering design process. So the youth, they learn about marine animals and the differences or similarities between marine and land animals. And then we kind of dive into dolphins. So there is, I brought sheets for you also. If Jackie and Sarah can help me get them out, I really would appreciate that. For this particular part, I'm going to walk through and kind of share with you some of the worksheets that the youth will use, but you all will actually be doing some work as a team, an engineering team, to make a dolphin tail. So we'll kind of go through these parts quickly. I'll tell you kind of how it works in the activity, and then we'll move into the fun part where you get to engineer yourself. Okay, so after we kind of do that introduction of what marine animals are, those types of things, we go into dolphins and we learn about the anatomy of the dolphin. Okay, And then really focus in on parts of the tail, okay? So we have the flukes, which is the actual like tail at the end there. And we talk about how dolphins move a little different than regular fish, right? A fish moves their body or their back fin side to side, right? But dolphins move up and down. And so it's really important for a dolphin to have the flukes, which is the end part of the tail, and then the peduncle, which is the muscular part of the body, which leads to the tail, because it allows the dolphin to be able to move up and down, to be able to push through the water, and to be able to swim. Okay, and so after we go through the anatomy, we move into Winter's tail. And so you guys familiar with goodness, what's the movie? Dolphin Tale. Have you guys heard of Dolphin Tale or watched it? Cool. So we share a quick story. And so you can take this story. It's actually a part of the lesson, and you'll get that with the lesson plan and all that. But we learn about Winter, who as a calf got stuck in a crab trap, and how her flukes and peduncle were really, really stuck. And how over time, those pieces of her tail began to fall off. And how as a dolphin, again, it's really important that she's able to have that part of her body and move up and down. Otherwise, she could drown or other things could happen to her. So she was found by a fisherman and was able to receive help by orthopedists. And we kind of talk about what that is. And was able to receive a new tail. What is cool about Winter, and she was named Winter because she was found in winter, December of 2005, and I'll tell you why that's important. But she learned to move her tail side to side like a regular fish, which is pretty cool, but the orthopedist really understood how important it is for her to move it up and down. So they, over time, created a new tail for her. And so with this activity, the youth learn the engineering design process. And for those of us that are not familiar with it, and I know if you don't teach them, it can be very intimidating, but I want to assure you the way that it's written, I think is really easy and it's really fun and engaging. And so we talk about the engineering design process, how we first begin with a problem. And our problem, of course, is that Winter has lost a really important part of her tail that helps her to swim. And we talk about some of the constraints that might be a factor, okay? And so for us, we talk about what we have available to us. So on the back table, we have fun supplies that are available to the youth. And these supplies are materials that you most likely probably already have or can save. I save some of my own hangers and things like that. So we have a list of supplies that we really encourage you to use. And then we have another list of supplies that would make it cooler if you use that are optional. Okay, so we kind of talk about the different steps and how even the best of engineers might not get their designs right off the bat. Okay, so they work in teams, and I'm so glad that you're already kind of your own teams. These are the people that you're going to work with. Okay, and so we are going to normally I have you draw because again with the brainstorming, we want to draw, we want to look at what's available to us, draw some ideas of how we can put those pieces together to make a really cool tail. But today I'm going to have you just dive in. Okay, so we can have someone from the table go to the back, look at some of the materials that are available, and then we can start bringing things back so that you can assemble a tail. Now, before I release you to look at the back table, I have some, again, constraints that I want to share with you. So the object is to develop a tail that is strong enough to move various weights of paper. So in a regular classroom setting, I'd have a table set up or maybe a few tables that I would call testing stations, right? And I'd have various paper weights. So I have tissue paper, I have regular printer paper, cardstock, and then cardboard. And the youth, their goal is to be able to move each weight of paper. Then you will also work as your team, and you can talk about this, whose birthday is close to December? That is where, or the time when winter was found. And so that person is gonna actually be winter in this experiment. And so they're gonna lend the end of their arm here, which is gonna be part of the dolphin tail. And the job of the rest of the team is to develop a design that will connect to the end of the arm, okay? And will allow Winter to flap so that she's able to move the paper. Does that make sense? All right, so for those of you that are like me, if you want to, how am I doing on time?
I think you're pretty good.
Sweet.
About 10 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will give this as an option, but again, I know that we're low on time. So if you are like me, we'll give you some blank sheets of paper and pencil, and then a brave soul at the table could do some drawing if that's something you'd like to do. And then we'll have, again, about 10 minutes to build a tail. And then once you kind of build your tail, we'll share what we came up with. It's okay if you don't get done. And then we'll kind of talk about how the rest of the activity works. Just like if you were in the classroom, I'm walking around. If you have questions, let me know. Feel free to go explore the table. Let's see how we can make a really oh, it's your birthday for December 15th.
April was when, but it does.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I've noticed that even with older kids, right? Like they've even gotten to a point where they're more, they want to think more about it. Younger kids, they don't. They don't. No, the weight of paper will be what they're kind of testing to see if their fin is strong enough to move it. So I'll be stuff like that. Yeah, so you won't actually touch it, but whatever you build up the fin will kind of come onto your arm. And what you'll do is about 2 feet or so from the shoulder, you'll have various different weights. And then you have to like yes, okay, that's all. No, the object is moved in various ways. Don't be shy, don't be shy. And that's one thing I talk to people about, like, okay, I'm giving you tape, but don't overuse it. Okay, so. It is, so if you want to make holes, there's fasteners down here.
Of paper.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can move them, you know, I was just gonna say, it's so good. Right.
Right. And of course, in the classroom, we give them time to brainstorm, draw, and then they one person comes up, but I'm just gonna pre-train. Yep, you can take it back and then someone needs it, you can come on over. Yeah, no problem. That's gonna take more weight to make your. Right, you know.
How about some tape?
Got anything?
We, yes and no, because we really.
Yeah.
Right here. And
Yeah.
so this is a joint type of thing where. So we.
They can modify
I love it.
the chair as.
We actually
As it grows.
You don't have to glue it. So there's some rubber bands back there. Maybe you want to use the rubber
And then I
band to
think
go
this is
around
so-
or
Yeah, see,
something
I
like
like
that.
that, like,
to
you
connect
know,
to the
the
tape
tape
for
for
that.
And again, we can.
So you want to
modify
make it
that
somewhat
using
comfortable,
your-
right? Because this stuff is gonna have to wear this.
This would be.
Slim, right?
And then
Yeah.
Would be the paint. And then around here, we would, you know, put that. And we'd be good to go.
Love it. All right, let's do it. That's for my daughter. Oh, let me take this.
No, let's use the paint. Switch out to that, which is supply.
Oh, is that right? Right? And the rubber band. I said, oh. Okay, so get straw. Now. Got anything?
Yeah, kind of thing.
So.
I mean, you always keep it. You want any rubber band, but yeah. There's plenty of rubber band. Yeah, that's. Yeah.
My friend's daughter.
Right. You wanna try and touch it. I love how you're rewrapping it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because we're gonna angle here.
That's what they had. This is great. Nice. Might be a little. Everything's closer to the center.
I can still feel my face. No, I have to do all the underneath that.
I love it. So is that what we're doing? All right. Would you like to test? Let's test. Let's test. All right.
There's a test.
You have to test out. You have to move some air around.
Oh, I can move it.
So we'll start this, and what you'll have is you'll fill out two, and you're gonna flap. Uh-oh. So we might have to do some thinking around. How can
Understanding our process.
that it actually moves?
We actually
So
have
this
to
is the
do
lighter
something.
paper.
See, I
Oh,
just
no.
started.
I just
started.
Engineering.
Right, it's right by your arm.
Yeah. Yeah.
This makes more sense.
All right, we're gonna do about 5 more minutes. I know you guys are going.
I would. Yeah. Do we have to have this section here moved?
No, it doesn't have to move. It does not, no.
They still have that.
How long it is?
They are delivered.
Oh, they are. Okay. Oh, awesome.
I totally misunderstood.
No, Connie said their first calls was that they wouldn't, and then now their calls that they will.
Oh, awesome.
Can I will give that help? Because they'll probably come here.
Yeah, they'll probably come to us, but.
Okay, yeah.
I could put it on the front. Does it have to be hanging off the elbow or?
I mean, I don't want to. This has a whole bunch of power behind that.
Exactly what I was saying.
Go have kids that try it for sure.
So we need to maybe adjust. So
We got 3 more minutes. No worries. If you don't get finished, just wanted you to experience it. It looks like you have some really cool ideas generated right now.
yeah, I think you can.
Bobby, you gonna come get us? All right, let's do it.
There's a little air movement.
There's a little air, okay. So, you have these, take it away.
Yeah.
Start clapping away, and then you have somebody, we have somebody now, see how many claps.
Yeah, they kind of.
She had her.
We are on a good day. And again, you have our way. All right, now we're moving to card stuff. Got. Okay. Hello.
If you get maybe thicker.
We just had a big piece of plywood.
All right. Now, 1 more minute, we'll begin to do our cleanup.
Oh, yeah. And make this one waiting longer.
All right, you ready to do your test again?
Oh, yeah.
All right, come on over.
I'm all
Yeah.
I was thinking you had to be able to pull something. Yeah, see,
Oh, there's some movement.
okay.
There's one
Okay.
moving.
Right. Now. You understand.
My house.
There you go.
I told her those people.
Yeah, I'm not a dumb person. If I do.
Duct tape it. Let's go for it.
All right, you have another group? For those of us that are waiting to check and we can start doing some cleanup, some things to the back table.
Yeah.
All right.
Take it.
Oh,
Something like this. And then this is the data.
All right, ready to put it
So that would be.
Well, it doesn't work, so I guess it doesn't matter how it is. All right.
That's a little hard here.
Do we get to keep the pencil?
You get to keep the pencil, absolutely, yes, you will.
Treasure.
Oh. I think it was a good concept to use the lighter around. Good job, team. All right, you come back again.
I can just feel the rejection.
Is it just a?
There's actually 4, so you would have them go iterate or think about how they can change their life, be able to move parts out and all right. We'll do some ending of the activity and then I'll pass it back.
No gaps.
Good job. You guys are such good sports. This is awesome. Love your creative process. We got some testing in.
We could have created it so that we wouldn't have to go.
Oh, you mean, you wrap.
So.
It is.
I love how we have teams still. All right, we are passing around. I love it. I love it. Okay, so while you work, I'll just finish out. How about that? Sounds good. So, and I'll put this over there so you can retest. Sound good? All right, so what you would do when it comes time for testing is you give each team this paper here. They write down some of the things that they use to build their tail. And then you'd have, while the winter of your group is testing, you'd have another person in the group count how many flaps it took, okay? If you have older kids and they need more challenge, I did bring like a kitchen scale. And so there are some restrictions if you look at the bottom of the, or is it the bottom? Tail weight. So if you look at the tail weight section, you'll see that the lighter the material, the more flaps they get within a second. And then the heavier, the less, or it's lessened. So if you wanted to challenge older kiddos, you can definitely do that as well. So they fill that out as they're testing, all that good stuff. I also, again, I gave you free rein, but in a normal situation, you have to brainstorm on a sheet of paper. You as a facilitator would have to give them the thumbs up, I guess, before they go down to the supply table, because you work with kiddos, they can get a little crazy with the supplies. So just to make sure that there's enough for everyone, giving them the thumbs up. Also, I always like to talk a little bit about winter. So winter was found in December of 2005, okay? And she literally just passed November of last year. So she lived a really long time with this prosthetic tail, and even some time before that. So it's an amazing story, and I think that your youth will really, really enjoy the activity. Any questions for me before I pass the baton back? Great, you guys did a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're gonna move into the early childhood part, the STEM imagination guides. Let's see. Okay, so basically, like Jackie said, this kind of came into, I don't know, fruition about 2 years ago. So this is our 3rd year to do our STEM imagination guides. And this is actually what they're going to look like. And so since this is the 3rd year, that last year's formatting looks pretty similar to this. Did anybody get a chance to use the STEM imagination guides last year? The Tales of Tales?
I think we used one last.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so before that we had fairy tales. So we did that one. That one was a little bit different format. We kind of did like a brochure format. And we got a little bit of feedback on that. And then this one was easier because it's kind kind of more printer friendly. And so you can print it out and it's just front and back and it's more like a newsletter format. So this is what they're all going to look like. So we have 8 STEM imagination guides. And again, like I said, since this year is Oceans of Possibilities, everything is kind of themed around that. And these are the 8 books that we chose. So whenever you get to download these STEM imagination guides, they all have this similar look. So up at the top, you have your title of your book. So in this case, this is the sandcastle that Lola built, which is this one right here. And it follows the same kind of poem that the house that Jack built. And actually the Treasure of Pirate Frank does also. So then we have conversation starters. And what we wanted to do with our STEM imagination guides is we wanted to make them very user-friendly for not only librarians, but for childcare providers, grandparents, 4-H leaders, parents that wanted to do some of this stuff, after school providers, basically anybody that works with those younger kiddos. So the conversation starters are kind of just a way to help facilitate the book reading. So as librarians, you know how to read a book, you know how to do guided reading and that sort of thing. So whenever we have parents that are reading books to children, we can kind of provide these conversation starters for them. So that way they can facilitate a little bit of conversation whenever they're doing a book reading. So all of them will have that piece. Then our STEM connection piece is kind of the most important, I guess, of our guides. And that is going to be the main activity that is focused around the book. So in this case, since we're talking about sandcastles, we're doing sandcastle engineering. And we are using toilet paper rolls. Does anybody collect toilet paper rolls? Okay, if you do not, please start doing that. You can actually train people to do that. My husband, actually, I've trained him not to throw away toilet paper rolls ever. So he has his own stash that I have to go and empty out every so often. And actually everyone at my work also collects all of the toilet paper rolls. So people can be trained. It's very cool. So you can use toilet paper rolls with this. And like Jackie said earlier, we wanted to make most of the activities pretty low cost. And so if you can, excuse me, use toilet paper rolls or toilet paper tubes or paper towel rolls, you can build a sandcastle. So if you see in the picture, you kind of got them cutting apart the tubes so that way they can stack on top of each other. And then it gives you the design steps there. And usually at the bottom where it says process, we give a little, that may have tips on there as to like ideas that you can use to extend the lesson, or even some background information there as well. So then the backside here, these are our other activities that we have. So this year is a little bit different. So we have our nature activity, creative arts, and infant toddler. Last year, excuse me, I got a frog in my throat today. Last year we had our creative arts, but we also had music and movements, and then we had sensory. So some of the feedback that we got was that our childcare providers were wanting something to work with younger children about. And so that's kind of why we added in that infant toddler piece right there. So that way they can have something. Thanks. Okay, that's a little better. Okay. So that way they can have something to work with those younger kiddos with. But again, all of these are going to look similar in each one of the guides. And then it'll have a little bit of description as to what the activity is. And then our background over here, and that's just a little bit about the program, which if you've worked with this one before, it just kind of gives you a little bit of information about that. And then of course, our contact information over here on the right side. Again, new this year too, is this QR code that we have. And basically you can scan that and get to the website without having to like type it in or anything like that. And that one was kind of a parent piece that we wanted to add in. So that way parents could get to the website and use these lessons also. Okay, so that is our general format here. And we're gonna actually go through one of the activities. So, okay, I'm gonna try to get through this. So as you can see, I have all of my sea turtle stuff on today because I got to do the sea turtle activity. And that is one of my favorite things to talk about because I love sea turtles. And I am actually from the South, so I'm not from Nebraska. I grew up in Texas and then also in Alabama. So the ocean is very close to me. We got to spend a lot of time at the ocean when I was younger. My parents live down there now. so I get to go visit them. I would say whenever I want, but that's not really true. So with our sea turtle activity, again, just like the other ones, we have our book over here with the conversation starters. And then we have our nature activity, our creative arts activity, and our infant toddler activity. The infant toddler activity I thought was really cool. I was trying to find something for infants and toddlers to be able to do that wasn't just, it would be sensory, but it wouldn't be something that was kind of, I don't know, generic. So I found a lot of different research things on turtles and how when they come up to build their nest or to lay their eggs on the beach, they make these really cool tracks, because a sea turtle basically has flippers. So they don't have normal claws or something like another turtle. So with their flippers, they make these really cool tracks as they come up on the beach. And then those tracks kind of go back down as they go back into the water. So with the infant toddler piece, this one is just kind of some sand play. You can use ping pong balls as turtle eggs. You can have them bury the eggs and uncover them. You can have them actually make tracks with their hands. If you wanted to do kind of a smaller piece of this, you could get a container like this and put sand in it, and they can use their fingers. So depending on how much room you have, depending on how much mess you want, you can do it differently for that. So, but for the STEM connection, this one was really cool because, well, let me skip over that really quick. So again, like I said, since the ocean is kind of something that I really love to talk about, I have all kinds of different artifacts and things like that. And whenever you get to use these guides, you can kind of use them however fits the needs of the students or the children that you're working with. So since I have been visiting the beach and that sort of thing, I have all kinds of things. Like I have a piece of coral, I have a really cool blowfish, and I'll leave this stuff up here so you can come look at it. So unfortunately, Nebraska is a landlocked state, as you probably know. So there's probably a lot of kids that have never been to the ocean, which makes me really sad, but that's okay. So what we want to do is to be able to bring the ocean to life for these children. So we can talk about how the rivers that we have access to are connected to our oceans. We can talk about how the impacts that we have here also impact the ocean. But if we can bring this to life for children, then that makes them more interested in being able to talk about the ocean, to talk about different animals, to want to conserve the ocean, conserve our water. And some of our books that we have talked a little bit about. So this one right here is The Rocket Says Clean Up. And this activity, we have them constructing something out of trash, basically. Because as you know, there's like tons of plastic in the ocean. And that's one of the big problems that is happening right now in our world. So we can help children to understand the importance of the ocean and why we want to care about it, even though we don't necessarily get to experience that all the time here. Okay, so for our turtle activity, for STEM connection. So a lot of our STEM connection activities are about like engineering and building things, but I wanted to do something different with our sea turtles, because sea turtles are really awesome and they can get really, really big. Does anybody know what the largest sea turtle is? How big does it get?
Large.
It gets large, yes. So the activity that we have is a measurement activity. So there's a couple of different things that you can do with this. You can get some measuring tape. So if you have a tape measure like this, which works a little bit better than a ruler because it goes all the way up to 25 feet or something like that. Or you can use rulers, but you might want to have a couple of them. You can have other units of measurement such as yarn. You can use tape, all kinds of different things. But the cool part about this one is that I encourage you to either get a poster or something that talks about the size of a sea turtle. So the one thing I do have, well, I have a couple of posters here. So this one right here is just all about different sea life animals and plants. It says Alabama because that's where I'm from. But you can also get posters like this that have the actual size of them, but it's not quite as cool because they're not really the size. So I decided I needed life-size posters of the turtles. So that's what I have here. Now, can I buy these anywhere? I looked because I was like, it's gonna be a real task for me to try to do life-size posters of sea turtles, but I did it because I could not find anything to purchase to be able to do this. So Yesterday's group did not get to see these because they weren't laminated yet. So you guys are the first ones to get to see my life-size sea turtle posters that I'm very excited about. So what I'm going to do is actually lay them out back here because they are very big. So there are 7 types, 7 species of sea turtles that are actually alive. There are a few that are extinct at this point, but we don't necessarily need to know about those. So the smallest one is our Kemp's Ridley. So the average length is 2 feet and the average weight is about 85 pounds. So all of the ones that I have, these are going to be the adult size and it's the average. So, you know, give or take a couple of feet, it just depends. So this is the Kemp's Ridley. And then our next one, I had to cut these out of my office and they're like, what are you doing? So this is our olive Ridley. This one is going to have an average of 2.5 feet and an average weight of 100 pounds. And the goal with this activity is to be able to have kids actually measure their own size to these turtles. So if you think about a toddler, I have a 3-year-old and he's about 3 feet. So he can lay kind of next to this guy right here and see what his size is compared to that one. All right, so remember there's 7 of these, so stay hang on a second. This is our oxtail turtle. So this one has an average length of 3 feet and an average weight of 130 pounds. So this would be like a 3-year-old. Although my 3-year-old is not my he's like 35 pounds. All right, and then we have our flatback turtle. So this one is 3.2 feet and an average of 200 pounds. That one back over here. This one is our loggerhead sea turtle. So this one has an average of 3.6 with about 260 pounds. And this one is the green sea turtle. So this is the one that you can see at the zoo. We have these at the zoo. This is 4.5 feet and about 310 pounds. Okay, and then our last one is our leatherback sea turtle. So this one gets about 6 feet long and can weigh up to 800 pounds. So there is our leatherback sea turtle. So like I said, I had to create all these posters. If you want, if you're interested in a set of these, I could print them for you. It does cost a little bit of money because they do take a bit of ink and it does come on like hard or thicker poster board. I had to take them to Wayne State College to get them laminated because our laminator is not quite big enough. So if you're interested in that, just let me know. We can kind of talk through that. But so yeah, this is kind of what goes along with this activity because then kids can lay down, say, oh my gosh, I'm not as big as a leatherback turtle. All right, so I'm pretty excited about those. Those are pretty fun. So if you want to lay down next to the turtles, you can do that. Does anybody have any questions about that so far? So that's the measurement activity. Now, again, like I said, you can get posters that are just something like this that actually just lists the sizes on it or a poster like that. I think that one is actually, that one's from the National Aquarium that you can download and print off a PDF or something if you don't want to mess with all that. But those kind of have an impact. Okay. So what we wanted to talk to you a little bit about too, especially since a lot of you didn't get to do some of these last year, is we would like to pilot some of these programs. And actually, I think I have the ones in the printed off ones in that box that we could hand out. Or maybe they're up here. I don't remember. Okay, so we are going to actually give you a draft copy of this one right here. So that way you can have it to look at. You're welcome to use it. But here in just a minute, we are going to pass around a clipboard. So that way, if you're interested in kind of getting a sneak peek of these guides or kind of piloting some things with us, so that way, before we release these out to the public, we can kind of make sure everything is working properly. All the activities are kind of where we want them to be. So this is a draft copy. They're still in peer review process right now. But on March 1st is our goal to be able to get them out. And I think, I don't know if I need to go on this page. There we go. Okay. So along with the Sea Turtle guide, we have 7 other ones. These are all the books, just like the ones up here. New this year though, we will have all of the guides translated into Spanish. And so we're super excited about that. And that was one of the suggestions that we had last year, is that we had some people that would like them to be in Spanish. We have that capability, so we're very excited to be able to do that. Unfortunately, not all of the books come in Spanish. We found a few that do, but we don't have any control over that, but we can do all the guides in Spanish. And so those will be available as well. This is our website down here, and on your guide, you can just go to that QR code if you want to, but it's also on there. But this is the website that they will be available on. The other thing to remember is that when you go to this website, you're going to see the guides from last year, because we haven't got the new ones up yet, but they will always be available. So even once these get put up to that on that website homepage, all of the previous years will be archived there. So you're welcome to use, you know, however many years this goes on, how many guides that are there. So just because you don't see the guides on that page, the archive will be there. But every year we will have the new guides put up on that site with the old ones there. Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay, so like I said, they will be ready on March 1st. We're very excited to be able to provide these. I'm gonna leave this stuff out for a little bit, so you're welcome to come up and look or ask questions. I'm gonna turn it over to Jackie here in just a second. What else? Anything else after that?
No, I think the clipboard's there if you want to start
Okay.
passing that around if anybody's interested in piloting. I think last year we had 14 different locations between schools, child care centers, and libraries that were able to pilot, give some feedback. And so if you have a group that meets often and you're looking for an idea, maybe for your story hour or for your mommy and me session, go ahead and give these a try, and then we would love to have your feedback as well, because we want to make sure that they're usable and the most impactful they can possibly be. So yeah, March 1st is kind of our deadline that we should have everything up and on our website. And so I do want to take just a minute, escape out of here and show you what the website looks like. It is super easy to navigate, and it's one of those things. So we're sharing it with you, but we would also encourage you to share it with all your patrons and all the groups that you work with as well. So put it out there on your social media sites. So it's free to everyone. So anyone who loves to read with young children, hey, here's a great resource for you. So Sarah mentioned where the QR code is, where you can find that. And then what it does is the website just gives you an overview of what all the storybook guides contain. So you see those different pieces. And like we mentioned, we've had a change. So we added that toddler and infant piece, and we took out the sensory that we had last year. We kind of changed that music and movement to a nature piece. So that's just based on feedback that we have from individuals who are actually using our imagination guide. So we've changed a little bit about our story extensions for this year. But then if I go down a little bit further, you can see a nice big picture of the books that have been selected. And if you want to download them, just simply click on the red button. When you click on the red button, you'll have a couple of questions that you'll answer. And then you can download them and save them on your computer so that you can always have them. So even though you say, ooh, I'm really interested in that, Norman, you can download this. It's going to take you to a file that has all of them. So you're not going to have to download each one separately and answer those questions individually each time. So once you do that, you have the file and you can select as many as you would like. So you can see the second half down here. And then this is where we actually archive. So we know that these books can't or shouldn't only be read during the summertime. It just is a coincidence that they tie in with this theme. And so if you click on where the archived is, the page looks the exact same except it gives the nice pictures of the fairy tale guides that we have. And so we would encourage you to start using those resources as well. So when our new page is up, it will have a link to the fairy tale and a link to the habitats as well. If I go back, I wanted to show you where Tiffany's 4-H lessons are stored. So if you keep going down, there's that little red button down there where you're able to download all of the STEM 4-H resources that are that kindergarten age 6. And the really cool thing about this is it shows you all the different lessons that they have, so 1 through 6, and it's in a big PDF, probably about 100, 120 pages. That takes a long time to scroll through all of those resources. So if you're looking for specifically the lesson on animal adaptations, we have it all bookmarked. So you can click where you want to go versus having to scroll down and keep looking, and all of a sudden you suddenly feel dizzy. So it's very organized and tabbed out for you so you can find specifically what you want. Like I mentioned, these lessons have so many great activities, you might have to be a little picky. So it's almost impossible to get them all squeezed in. So just think about what works best for your audience. So that's the way the website looks. And I know that we're right at the top of the hour for lunch, but we would love just to maybe hear some feedback that you have. How do you imagine maybe implementing or using some of the resources that we've shared with you this morning today in your location? Yeah.
We have, I want to say even before, I've been with the library for 20 years. Since before even you guys kind of got into this, we always partnered with Joe Godigan in Columbus. And we've kind of been doing something like this for our tweens. And it's just been a really cool thing. It's something that, you know, they would actually come and facilitate the program and stuff. So we don't need to be completely knowledgeable per se, but yet we are able to partner with an amazing organization, you guys, and provide quality programming.
Well, thank you for that. I know. So I showed you that map earlier of all the different 4-H educators across the state. If you have not reached out to your local extension office, please be sure that you do that. Now, I can't promise that everybody will be like Joe Godigan and be able to, in their schedule, to be able to fit in coming face to face. So I can't make that promise, but that doesn't mean that you can't develop some other type of partnership or be a resource to each other. So every extension office is just staffed a little bit differently. But I would just, it never hurts to call and reach out and ask, because I think I'm very similar to Jill. So in Cedar County, I am able to actually go in person and to teach the lessons. Since I cover more than just Cedar County, it's easy for me to walk across to the library, and they have 4 sessions each year in Huntington. I engage in all 4. But I cover Boone, Nance, and Knox as well. And so a lot of times I may go to those locations in one time, but it's still nice to have those partnerships. Any other ways that your brains are kind of spinning on how you might utilize the 4-H lessons or the STEM imagination guides?
I'll definitely use the STEM resources. I do STEM challenges, so I usually get them on Pinterest and those some of them. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a whole bunch of winters.
We'll see. We'll see if I can do it. If I could have figured it out.
Yeah. And what age group do you typically do?
Usually like elementary.
Okay. Very good. Yeah. Excellent. Any other thoughts or ideas that come to your mind? Well, we truly appreciate being able to share these resources with you and being a part of your morning. We did leave a sheet in the middle of your tables. We would love to kind of do a 3-2-1 recap. So what are 3 things that you learned here this morning? What are 2 ways that you intend or imagine that you'll use what you learned? And then what's another way that you'll share your learning? So how will you share these resources with others? So if you wouldn't mind filling those out for us, and we'll collect those from you. But just know, Sarah mentioned we're going to leave the things up in the front of the room. She'll have her posters in the back. So if you want to lay down and measure yourself, you can sure do that as well. But thank you so much, everyone.
I'll also just mention, if you do if you don't want the posters, that's totally fine. They're kind of bulky, but I can also send you a file of these, since I do have them already made up. So if you'd rather just have something that you can print, just like a PDF or something, I can do that. But if you are interested in the posters, you can email me and let me know. I'm thinking the cost, because I talked to my office manager yesterday, we have a poster printer at work. So I'm thinking it's gonna be about $100 for the set. That doesn't include the lamination because we don't have a huge laminator. I had to take it to the college to do. But especially I would assume that maybe your ESU or somebody would have access to a larger laminator if you wanted to do that. So just let me know, but I can also send you just the file with this, with the pictures on there if you would like that.
Sarah, I was thinking, as you were sharing that, it would even be fun to have a display in your library if you use painter's tape or string and just measured out and put it on the wall and then took your posters and had that. And I think it would be a fun way for them to come and measure themselves even up against the wall, or sidewalk chalk to be more interactive. You could do the kind of the same concept. So
Poster right there with all the turtles on it. It's on Amazon for $24.
Yeah, so that one you can purchase. One of my friends gave me that one for my birthday because turtles are my favorite. So, that's what people get me. That's what my bracelet, my earrings, and my
your shoes.
I'm super nerdy, so yeah. But yes, that one you can purchase. But then the life size ones, I searched, I really did, because I was like, man, this is gonna be a kind of a deal to try to do. So there they are.
Lunch is here. You guys have a meeting you want to go to, right?
We are going to jump on another meeting here in just a little bit.
And so anyway, there are gluten-free and lactose-free. Otherwise, there's chicken veal wrap with chips. And there's all kinds of drinks, water, pop, juice still.
What is there? I don't know. That was crazy. I was like, no. Yeah, I thought
Probably because we haven't done it in person in so long.
Yeah. I did. I smelled it. We've been talking the whole time.
Huh?
We've been talking the whole time.
I'm just curious.
Just push it towards the back.
Sure.
And then we'll kind of clean up after our meeting. And then we'll get the back. And we'll just-
Okay.
That's okay. And then if somebody wants to
Absolutely.
check it out during lunch, they can do that too.
Yeah, I think we did.
first thing is gonna read today. Onward. We had that here, yes. And they have it because it came from their table. Yeah, just, you know. Yeah, that's right. Just all right.
This one, I gotta fix, because I had to fix the, I had to blow this one off. That's right.
George.
Sure, and I, like, all the stuff I heard, but yeah.
That's the one. No.
Right, so that. Just like when and you're that thing.
The tube is actually awesome.
I actually just found that one in my office. I was like, that'll work.
Stored somewhere. I usually have that sort of stuff. I never let that stuff go. Science. No. How the doctor.
Now I was gonna ask you, how are you plan to set up the office? You just two really long tables and put them together in one net, or- Literally one plate on.
Oh, okay, never mind. No. Yeah. Maybe just go in the way. To get a blend. Oh, you're getting them and I'm getting them. I love you so much fun. Thank you. Okay. You can get that one now. Sounds like plan.
Thank you very much. You signed it for this Friday.
Yeah, there's a couple to go with the salad.
They were, but they were like, so excited about this stuff. Don't know and figure it out, and because normally last year.
They're samples, you know, nice.
I did one.
Mhm.
I had one. So now I'm just worried because I have stuff. I always do it.
No.
Before we start.
Yeah.
I always think that you do not require. Like last year, I had 3 junior high. So I could kind of. Not what they prefer. I try to start at 4 and but last year at one point.
But I also.
Oh, okay, I guess you're here today. So you have. I think I'm. A lot of times it'll be, brothers, sisters, we like, so sometimes you'll see them. It's hit or miss.
Because, yeah, ours was.
And so.
But I always learned to do turn out. June.
And I don't think they were like, they were gone. They were gone. But yeah, I feel bad for them.
And they rolled.
Oh, they wanted to enjoy this stuff. No. We're not. Some of that type of stuff. So the child this dark yellow. This big yak covers that nose is on. So the 2 girls are so I started working in the library.
Well, I'm the whole man.
I found
Well,
that it was not a
I mean, I've done this, but
lost. This is very.
yeah.
Another one is so we might be able to. And I do still work on school.
Yeah, I was. Summer meetings.
I don't know.
I mean, you gotta. I think, and so she walks her kids.
have so many different things in the room, so in smaller space. So, you know, or start getting people. We have no.
I know I had that way that was good, but on number.
I don't think there's
When. Well, yeah, see, and that's where ours, some of like this stuff. To do next week, because I know they go, so there's wildlife for the schools. Generally. So I see it all the time, so. Yes. Well, generally, we have. Yeah, that's what they turn out, yeah. This past summer, we only had about.
Will it ever go back to the same?
I used to. Which by the time we could reach those numbers, 100 people, I think like things is hard. So it won't be. And I think maybe some people are finding out that they might switch to like online. But they wish I used it.
For online courses.
I was there. But that made me. But for the first one, never got it.
Post also, but in the current couple months, but the full time stuff on the stage. We did get a lot done. We were also purchasing.
So that's the draw.
Because I think we open.
Yeah. You need to point it out, really. So I need to lock it up. Great stuff. Focusing on the ones too.
The way I don't have the library to in the city.
And then when we were on dinner, when I started on wow, no wonder you're so much older. I'm not playing. So sad about I'm sure. Yeah. You are overdrive. That's good because so much before that, prior to that, we were kind of like, oh, do we want to raise our fee? No. I did. Oh, yeah. We also did,
Yes, we did that too.
I did that.
My bad.
But she was like,
apparently.
You're fitting really well.
Yeah. And like, there's getting. I'm a homeschool mom. And they were like, it was without the other library that I look at.
Because it's just all this stuff like people students
I don't know who these kids are, but I know we checked it out.
So what are those, which is great.
That's right.
Like, you have to have the numbers that's important to identify what you're gonna heal now.
Your school in Columbus, do they have
We cooperate with it, but, you know, there's pros and cons to it. One of the biggest cons is that, in my opinion, you know, the winter months are supposed to, but during the summer months, they're not having that. They're using dog bowl. Yeah. Dog bowl. So. From a library type of product, you know. And that's why.
This building's
Although I think it's meant to encourage.
It's gonna happen in your work.
Yeah. My son is now, he's in high school. And every time I read it. I read it. And yeah, it's because his teacher was also in class. He is catching up. And then I read it to him also, so he's actually getting it. But will he pick one more?
Yeah.
Snyder's class.
But it's still.
Unless it's school doctrine. But even then, it won't be like 4 to 10 weeks.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that.
What are the rules? I do feel the board that when you do the library.
In the world of libraries, it's
Really?
And that's ironic because they prefer things now, in novel, it's a story, that's what it's how these characters naturally then evolve throughout the text and go from the plot. So sometimes that's a lot of things that get lost.
Every
There's always gonna be some place where there's always gonna be some place.
It's like, I know.
I love podcasts. It's not.
Sometimes I grow outside still kind of go on instead of. I'm in a new area. Oh, another area. Because I skipped the other area. I read magazines better. I do that. Yeah. It's rare that I can actually have one.
That's how I. And then I'll go over the first sentence of each one. And it gets me. It's like, it doesn't. And then it never stale made. 99%. But I don't need series. And I think some people just solely steal on libraries. You know, just certain authors.
Lately, I'm starting to make all these episodes. Wow. For rooms. And add.
Keep turning out, like, where was I? Right.
Well, a lot of our just, study the course, they're from, you know, the steel. It's heartbreaking. He may die. There's some drama and they're just not happy.
And they have.
Happily ever after. That's right.
Never are.
Cinderella story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I need a lot of.
Seriously, that has nothing to do with high school. My daughter got started on this.
Although I did have a lady the other day, I run a big. Oh. I kept like in my. Right to my. And it was right before Christmas. They were to me. So in my mind. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was just a snowman.
I ordered from Baker and Taylor a lot, and,
But they made some pictures. They sent me pictures. So
if anything, it's got better.
We can over. And then. Yeah. You don't know that, oh, this book is never coming. You know? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I know they'll show up. Well, I do.
Yeah, it all comes back to you. It is so. And then when she's done with her part of
Yeah, they don't have windows.
different. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, they're almost like.
Diary
COVID doing up in your part of the world? Well, I know that. but- I know our school. School was good. They had a- last week they had a really good kids out one day. Yeah. And that could be flu, could be strep, really could be COVID. I don't do well. I have no problem.
Try to tell them that.
So we're all masking up.
And someday, in about a year and a half.
My director.
It'll be like.
He was out.
I would expect it. When you're in the library, and you go out over there. It's not-
I think everybody. My daughter.
The city. And they need to try to.
You get to my age, you gotta get up.
There'll be children's museum. And a college. It's gonna be. It's an issue.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's when I was a kid. Back in the polio vaccine, we went to school. And they gave us sugar. Yeah.
Did you see how it was worded?
That's how they got rid of polio.
Right. And I don't know how many people have told us that they would have understood it. They would have.
My best friend's dad is super obsessed. They're like, alert. It was like, they were mandatory.
Yeah.
And he got super hard. He was like, well, I'm gonna say I have a whatever. And then, it's frustrating.
You know, I really don't. That's the frustrating part. People are dying all over.
At first, my son, there was a lot of vocal dragon. Like, there's a couple of different pictures of the beach that was right down. And we bought class like 6 months later, we're like, well, we're done. That.
I do.
That's an appreciation for one. I don't know. If they're now picking up I need a response. I have to do. And I want to use it. Hello. And the lady was like, oh, I'm so sorry.
And so
How long have you been in Nebraska?
So I flew up here and then I decided to move in January of 2020.
Oh.
Yeah. So I was out and definitely, yeah, right now, it was so awesome. And the other thing for last night, I was how to move that summer. Yeah. Pretty intense, not a great way to move, pretty well. But
Gotta get time to get a new job.
Yes, yes, yes. Just to register the person.
Like, I know my you know, I knew that it was not something everybody has, so, okay, then it's just sitting.
I think that could be more for this. So they can just come in and buy
Whatever that is.
from us.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, ours is strictly.
Yeah, it's also you have
Yeah, I have it. Or going to school. That's nice that you do that. So nice. But it's some of that has a trivial situation for the one your family. The piece that I started out of Walmart is so everything has
I'm
not sure what it's at, but yeah.
Wow, I had no idea.
Walmart maybe now, maybe it's cold, but I think these are not. Guys, I know so people are fucking. I want to be here with that. Those lines, and it's very jagged, you can see where the city limits are. We were just having this discussion. We can just have stuff like ours, built over. The city limits are more, but then right next to the hospital, there's a square mile of what's not city limits. Trying to figure out, are we in or not? And the thing I is right on the corner. So it does work, but that's great. I was not really able to check out too, but if anything changes, that's probably gonna be what does change. But I honestly. I do that too. You know. So how long do we have lunch? Ours is exactly like that. It's smaller. Share. And I use two, because I think it was their software that you get with it. I just print it out and put it all in circles. I actually use that for some other things, not just for the type things, you know. So. I was saying how I for some reason. Oh, fun. You know. Yeah. It was funny. I think my sister.
There's a program that they do those.
Well, I remember last year.
It's not, it's not.
Oh, okay, sure.
Gotcha.
But they did, I like that kind of stuff, because they brought,
Yes.
I think that's probably what we're gonna do that. Maybe she let you put one higher. No. Why not? I know, 'cause this is scallop enrichment.
Dog dropped in.
We're having like Bill. I can see the gears.
These.
Yeah.
One is just above one.
And
Yeah.
so they.
Yeah.
One year I had this science one. And
I love
pretty
that.
good. I think we children really well, but. When I was sitting.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock, so we're just gonna continue kind of the discussion like everybody's doing, only talk louder, so everybody can share the ideas. I was gonna mention, there's still drinks and there's cookies if anyone needs to serve. And I was gonna mention this too, you were talking about STEM. Denise Carter's does the same job that I do for the Central Plains Library System. Last February, she did a full steam ahead. So Monday through Friday for the 20 days in February, they had different STEM activities. She actually, if someone wanted to do it, she would send them the craft sticks or whatever. Which she, since we're not in her system and that's done, she would, but the ideas are all on their website. And they have so many more ideas that they went ahead and did one a month for the rest of 2020. But those ideas are out there for anybody. It's the Central Plains Library System, their website. It's the WordPress, the libraries.any.gov/CPLS. But anyway, so many different in their cheap ideas that you would use, craft sticks,
That's
straws.
what I
toilet
noticed,
paper. Yeah. I mean, just really creative, and they probably got them off Pinterest too, but there's like 30 ideas all in one spot, so. Yeah, Denise does awesome, I've got a lot to learn, I'm still building on it, but. So anyway, like I said, everybody just share ideas. First of all, does anybody have presenters lined up? No. No?
Is it May?
What do you got lined up?
I have Jeff Quinn, Wildlife Encounters, the Omaha Henry Dory Zoo, and just and tons of others.
How far away is that?
It's about a 2-hour drive.
Oh, okay.
Out, okay, yeah. Hour.
We usually get the signals to go, but.
The Omaha Zoo will do a thing called Zoo to You, and they'll bring stuff to you and do things in person.
Yeah, that's kind of what the Super Bowl is.
Mhm.
Last year for us, and that had a really good turnout. Awesome.
Can I ask if the people to bring out?
Yeah, there was a skunk, a salamander, a turtle, and a snake.
And did they do the?
Yeah.
With them and everything?
Except the skunk. The skunk you just let
Yeah. And am I right?
Sometimes they don't go. So, I mean, if you want animals, you would do wildlife.
For sure.
That's what we have. Mhm.
And of course, everybody knows if you coordinate with other libraries, sometimes it saves on travel expense. Any other, you have presenters on that?
I don't, no. We did wildlife encounters last year. In the folder, the people.
Awesome.
I just have to use.
What would you?
His name is Adam White, I think. He's the one out of Auburn.
Oh, string beans. They're a kids' music group, and they're fantastic.
And where are they?
I believe they're out of Lincoln. Mhm. They charge us $1,000. So yeah, they're expensive.
For how long of the?
Hour.
Oh, my.
Yeah, they're pricey. So they're worth it.
Can you have a big community, comparatively?
And usually our friends helps, friends of library helps pay for that.
And do they customize it to fit with our theme? That's no.
They can, but normally they just kind of do their own thing, which they do well.
So it's for little kids. like
Yeah.
Preschool through.
Yep.
6, but there's so much.
Yeah,
So many
very interactive.
So,
So does anybody plan to partner with the Game and Parks or Extension Office?
We did last year too with the extension. They were very helpful. And so we've been in contact with them already. So they're going to prepare some programming. for us. So, yeah, they're very good.
Does anybody know, if you ask for that trailer, how long can you keep it?
I think it's usually a couple weeks, is that right?
Really?
I'm not sure.
Has anybody used the Game and Parks trailer? Yeah, Wendy said she did. I thought she said she had it 2 weeks. But I think you can ask, maybe if they have high demand, maybe they.
Well,
will work
even
with
a
you.
couple of days of it sitting beside the library would be kind of cool.
Right, yeah, the trailer, and then you'd probably need help, is that's what Wendy, when she was here, she said, because there's so many different stations. Otherwise, there's the trunks that are,
Well, I know when the zoo comes, they have a painted up van and stuff. And when that sits out there, you'd be surprised at the number of people that were just wandering by and suddenly stop
something
in.
new in town.
Yeah, because it's a big deal when they get the zoo. So I was thinking,
Yeah.
right by the library and then they go.
And it's free,
Yeah. that
and
would
you
be
could
cool.
build programs off the different things, you know, for each day you have it.
Well, maybe somebody can.
Just curious, okay, let's do a round robin. What days do you have pre-selected days that you do it? Do you do a week? Do you do all summer? Diane, what are you planning on doing? Or have you thought about it?
We are only open Wednesdays during the mornings, so my entertainment is coming the first Wednesday, and then the next 4 Wednesdays, I'm gonna do some type of activity, and when I get back, I'm going to call the extension office and hopefully get them to come in and you know, at least do some of this stuff. And my daughter is a ag teacher at O'Brien, and she's got a bunch of animals. And so if nothing else, you know, she would bring some of her animals up. Because she came and read a story last summer, and she has these California white bunnies. So she bought a little bunny, and as she was reading the story, then the bunny was hopping around. And so, yeah, the kids really like the little bunny, so. How cute. So, yeah, it's a cute little bunny, so anyways, that's kind of tentatively our plans for now.
How about in Bennington?
It might be the local league come and do an activity that day, or we'll have the wildlife encounters. Big, Blair family farm. they'll come and do a lesson and
You have ideas for your summer reading? Do you do it all day or all summer, a week?
What we do is we do the first Wednesday in June. In the past, before COVID, we had the Zoom come. And then every Wednesday in July, for 4 Wednesdays. And that's Wednesday afternoons because in June, they have a lot of baseball and stuff like that. Right? And we always go with the middle of the week because in case they go long weekends on the Monday side or on the Friday side. So we have it supposedly, and the Swift bus is Tuesdays and Thursdays. So Wednesday's our day, and we just do it in July. I don't know whether we'll do 4 or 3.
How about Columbus?
We do Monday through Friday. And Mondays, we used to do a movie, but over the years, it's kind of tapered off a bit. So we're gonna do a Mighty Maker Monday, a craft day. Tuesdays, we have our presenters that come. Wednesdays, we have our Tweens program, which is a partnership with the 4-H. And then Thursdays, our story time. And then this is kind of new. We're gonna add a movie day on Fridays.
Is this June and July?
Yes, ma'am.
Ambitious. And that's for all ages?
Everything except Wednesday. Wednesdays is for tweens.
What time of the day do you do?
We have a pony plunge, and so we're idiots if we do any afternoon programming. So it's typically 10:30 to 11:30.
How about in Lee?
Well, in Lee, we do it just in June. So I've got 4 weeks to do it. And last year I had the county extension come out once, and I'll probably do that again. I had wildlife counters come out once, and then the other 2 I had. So I haven't really cracked open the book or anything to see what's what, so we'll do it in June again, and one of those, we usually do it on Thursday morning. See how it goes.
How about in South Sioux City?
We do it Monday through Saturday, and we do it in June and July. Each week we'll have a different theme based off of the movies. So last year we had one like based off dinosaurs one week, and crafts and like STEM activities around that. We also have it like multiple times every day. It's like someone can show. So yeah, we'll probably do something like that too. And just like kind of sporadic place to visit, like we visit somewhere.
To kind of keep the interest going.
We also have a reading challenge on that too. Someone who and we get like examples.
Did you have anything to add?
I started a week ago.
Okay, well, this is probably all fun hearing everybody's ideas, right? How about you? What are you gonna do this year in Hatsman?
Well, at first I was telling them how I had narrowed it down to kind of start on May 31st to go for about 9 weeks, but then I realized that I was a helper for like the last 2 years and I won't have that. So I might have to just this first year, maybe tone it down just a smidge till I figure out.
You don't get a helper?
I won't have a meet, if that makes any
Yeah.
sense. So like I was like the sidekick, I guess you could say, to the youth services librarian. And even just like with working with Danny, because I liked how we did last year's with the 9 weeks. At Greenwood, we did the 9 weeks, and then at Plattsmouth, it was basically bags, and there was no in-house type stuff. So there was a badge challenges and then weekly taking. And I really, really liked the 9 weeks, having it like the set days, the set times, and it seemed like that was, the kids really liked that. So that's my goal for Plattsmouth, is to kind of transition to that. I just don't, I might be being too ambitious with, I'm like, I'm gonna do it for 9 weeks, and
baby groups.
Kind of like what everyone else is where it's and then making sure I set aside that time for the teen and tweens. I really want to, because I feel like that's always an area that gets forgotten. But I know that they're super busy too, and they kind of go like this. So, but it'd be like, in my head, I might, because we do 2 story times a week, I might increase that to 3 for the summer. Maybe a couple times during the day, I think, because why not have like one later on in the day story time? Because especially during the summer, you know, I've been juggling around with the movie nights because the kids, I surveyed them a while ago, and that's what they want, something they want. And so your little guys, you know, all the way to we do incorporate the adults too, at plastic. But the past couple of years, we reserve them at the end, like a few weeks for the adults, generally at reading. And that's even great. I was like, I want to game stats.
Yeah,
For me, I know it's probably not.
it's kind of, you gotta just play with it pretty much.
Yeah.
Figure it out for yourself, because it's kind of hard to explain it. It took me a while to like figure it out. I just made a challenge for a story log, and that was the first one I actually made.
Okay.
And they have like a whole bunch of templates you can use too, and you can also make your own. That's really customizable.
Go off that breeder zone is another option. And it's free, well, it's free to libraries because the Nebraska Library Commission pays for it for everybody. Lisa, you use that, right?
We
You do
used
too?
it, but last year we didn't give as much as we did. We used to give, we used to give coupons for real. That's that ice cream thing that they have in mini marts. Only their for real thing broke, so there went the incentive, and nobody, so it didn't go over as big last year as it did the year before, when those kids wanted us for real.
Right.
One of Bradley's things I think is really awesome for the teen between, the 4th to 6th grade. It's kind of tough feeling involved. And so what he did was you had to attend so many of them. And if you attended all of them, then there was, and I think it was Pizza Ranch.
Yeah, Pizza Ranch allowed us to come in and they would let us make pizzas. They gave us a tour of the place and then make pizzas. And then if they, it got a number of them, keep going.
Oh, and yeah, and last year we joined forces with the teen department. They had an incentive also, and if you attended so many, we took a bus down to visit instead of babysit.
Wow, that's cool.
That was interesting.
Now, just a side note on that, if insurance for taking a bunch of kids down, it's all,
How the school do it? We had Lakeview,
Perfect.
yeah, we had Lakeview.
oh, good idea.
We paid Lakeview fee, and my bride teaches there, so we kind of have a little bit of it, but.
Very nice.
Yeah, we didn't have to worry about the legality of all that stuff.
It's just unfortunate we went on a very hard day of summer.
Oh.
Ta-da.
We won 110 degrees, but
It was.
it was an adventure.
Yeah, what fun.
But I just think it was incentives to coming back. Because it's so
Right.
easy to get too involved in other things and sitting and things like that. So when we get to know that this incentive is there at the end, the numbers, they were pretty consistent about coming. They were very few qualified.
Well, in the past, I always had it where, just come to whatever, blah, blah, blah. And you could come to a big event, but then the other, not the coolest events, didn't get a lot of attendance. Well, if you put that incentive out there, they'll come to it because they want to move back there.
Now, did you have any teams teams are full of excuses, like did they ever come to you like after the event and be like, oh, this happened, like excuse it, and then
See, I'm blessed in the sense that we have a young adult librarian, so I don't have to deal with that.
Okay, back to you. What, do you have plans for this summer? What your schedule's going?
Here. But right now we have all our entire. But we use that. We got people like But I think like one night you want to play with my dog, like we did a few days ago, and we're doing out. So that's where we're going. Trying to make it.
And that's what Wendy, when she was here, said they're going with the iReads, if anyone's familiar with that. It's, yeah, is that Indiana? Anyway, it's different, but just a different concept.
Well, we had it in the water last year.
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
how about you, ma'am?
I guess I'm planning kind of the same as usual. We do Wednesdays in June, like the third or fourth time in the morning. And then I do my fourth or sixth, which is a challenge to get them to participate on Thursday mornings. And then run the program all summer long. So those kids then read on their own in July. In July, open a shop where they get minute money for their minutes. Five classes like that stuff. And then I do my preschoolers on Wednesdays in July. Preschoolers can start reading in June. We try to do at least 2 or 3 special programs, but we generally do those in the evenings. It's a rural community, you know, not all those kids with their parents work and come in. But again, we're up against softball, baseball, everything in the summer. Our teens and our adult reading is passive, so many minutes training goes into our drawing. We also have used readers along with that one. Quarantine. Always looking for new and interesting things to try. I usually do a school every May, dressed up as some big characters, so we can all vote. Shall I be pirated or? I vote mermaid. Yeah. But yeah, they always look forward to that visit. Or if anybody has like one of those blow up suits from Halloween that has to do with water, or that I can borrow. But yeah, that there was like, oh, Dan's here. She dressed up like this time. That's fine. Movie nights we tried, but those have kind of fallen.
Can you tell us more about the minutes,
Well, I've done this for years. I've been at this job for too long. But I started out and I actually mint my own money. So I used some of the images from the program and I made dollar bills. And it will say, in reading we trust, and then it'll have the name of the library and I'll have 1 hour and 5 hours. So the kids keep track of their minutes. And again, it's only as good as the parents they have. I hate to say that. I hate to say that. And so then I set up the prizes. I put prices on all of them, like how many hours, you know. And then they can, in July, in their reading record, it takes a bit of time because you gotta go through those minutes, add them up, get given money, and they can decide, oh, if I want to buy this book, I better keep reading and saving. And so then they have to spend the money by the first week in August, because that's when I close it, you know. That's it. And then we do give like little ribbon prizes for the top readers. But I figure in that way, I know some places, I think Wayne does, you know, you get to put your name in to win a bigger prize. But I figure this is a little more equitable because if I really read a lot, but somebody read a little more, by chance they didn't read as much, but their name gets drawn, what did I get for my? Yeah, so it actually is money, then they turn it in if they want to buy a prize. Kids are into it.
Sneaking math in there by making them keep track of their
Well,
minutes
yep.
and doing money.
This is true, and some of them really are into the weird zone, so you gotta then go out there and make sure, and you say, you can only do this one way, I'm not gonna do it on paper and read zone, you know, but some are like really into kept track of, you know, and that. So that's what I do, if you want a copy of my money.
what would you do? So let's say by 20 of your one prize and they're all gone. They
They are told at the beginning, Yeah, this part, these are the prizes, and, you know, the librarian might have 10 of that prize. So if you want it, buy it today, because it might be sold out. The books that I put in there are usually a copy I bought or a library copy. And if it's like a 10-hour book, then I tell them, you can give me your 10 hours, but I'm ordering all the books at the end of the summer. So it's not an immediate for the books, because I know that I can order those in bulk. Or I also tell kids, because I have like super readers, like just, they could buy every prize in the case and more. I say, I will negotiate with you for books. And so it's like, if they're really into Dog Man or some series, then they say, Mrs. Bachman, I really like this book, how many hours would you charge me? So they might have a list of 5 books that I'm gonna order for them at the end of the summer, and then they just throw them. And some parents really kind of push them that way too, like, I don't need to junk toys, you know? You gotta help them get it.
You know, what's really interesting is last year for our prizes, I gave a book as an option, because normally it was gift cards. And I was like, let's put in the $25 value book. Those were the ones they chose. And so I was like, because that was gift cards were our go-to, it seemed like, and it's just like, we get kind of a deal with Baker and Taylor, so why not? And they all chose, the teams chose the books. And I was like, they have the option, I gave them the option, and they chose the books. So, I mean, I love that.
And for our top readers, I guess I will fall back. I've never really done gift cards for local business, but I will get Barnes and Noble gift cards for the top readers. And if it's close, you know, and then it's like, well, I'm gonna go choose what game or level it's at, you know.
Yeah, it was just something I was fiddling with, so last year I did that, and I kind of almost knew, because I always been like, I want the book. And it just seemed like we were just always, that was, you know, with like our teen programs, when we do murder mystery, it was always a gift card. You know, and I was like, let's throw in this and see what happens. And they chose the books.
What's everybody else do or think of for prizes?
Yeah, we have the reader zone, and all the kids that use the ball for the reader zone, they pick out their own book that we order for them, and then they get after it's done. And then we also have a drawing. I like the minute money though.
It's labor intensive, I will tell you that. And we do
Yeah.
tell kids, when you come in and want us to count your minutes, because I'm in like a 1.5 person library, not even. If I have a customer who's checking out books, you're different applications, you know, freaking a wine or French or whatever. You know, you just have to be patient. I put those rules out there at the beginning. You do have to be willing to sit there and add up 30, you know, it's something like 29, 22, 16, you know, just add up all those numbers and have a way that you know which ones you added and which ones you haven't. But then we'll add 16 minutes to your next time you come in, because that's not a full hour. Just so you're aware of that.
Wouldn't it be possible to have them log their own time on
On what?
on the side?
I don't have any stats, so I don't know what that is. I mean, they can log their own time on Reader Zone too.
Right.
But for me to pay them out money, even on Reader Zone, if it doesn't come out to an even hour,
Okay.
you can't like screw them out of their 25 extra minutes, you know, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering if the minutes that they put in, whatever they log in, does it give you a running total?
Well, the Reader Zone, it would.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sure we have that too. So we need to start. Okay, that's.
We did library, and we've had like a cupboard with doors, and it was closed, but I would put a sign in the window, the store will be open on Saturday from 1 to 3, and then the kids would come in, or on Wednesday, or something like that. And usually a time when I was normally closed would be the store hours, and then the kids would come in, and I just gave them, I think it was $1 a minute or something. No, I think it was more like $1 an hour. And we printed up our own thing. It said library loot and used, I think we had 1s, 5s, 10s, and 20s is what we used. And they gathered the money, and when they saw that the store was open, because they really liked coming in for that, so that's what we did.
Do you laminate it so you can reuse it? No? Oh, no.
No, we didn't laminate
I
it.
just
Oh,
printed
no.
a bunch of it. Yeah.
No, I made them always leave the money. They couldn't keep the money over after the program was done. I gathered all the money. That's what the city did.
Oh, well, I make. It's for a different fee. And then we kind of rival the camera swing night, but they come to swing night. For that, you know, a lot of. That and then right. We get a minute, $90.
The dollars are really, that's an incentive they like. They can touch them. And I got, I did it in school when I was a teacher too. And I had a whole bunch of those like pencil, you know, zipper thing, and then they have the little ring holders. Well, if you get the right kind, you can put a padlock from the hole through the zipper. And so then I would give the kids their pouch and then the padlock, and I kept the master list of what, because they never remembered, not all of them. But then they would have an ABC thing to figure out to open up their locks so they could keep, so they actually left the money at the library or at school all the time. It was in their pouch, and I just put a bunch of those little hooks on the side of the cabinet, and then they hung their pouches on there. It was real simple then. They just got their money, you know, whenever they read, and they could put it in their pouch to save it. And then when I did it at school, we had an auction at the end of the year, and they were not allowed to keep any of the money ever. And so they bid like $3,000 on a can of pop. That was great. One mother said, "I can't believe somebody just paid $6,000 for a liter of 7-Up." Yeah, well, you gotta use it up.
At your library, you have to get
That would lose the money.
yeah.
Probably, most of the time the parents are coming in with them if they're smaller, but I also, yeah, just to keep bookkeeping, I keep on a ledger, so it's like, okay, so on this day, Johnny came in and I paid him 10 hours, and he spent 7 hours, and then I write down what he bought, and put that off to the side, and just have that as a showing that I do this. So I could actually, if they lost their money, see how much money they were paid out over the time. I don't know that. I do put an end date to it, so it's like, you know, this is the last day you can buy anything, sorry. And then we just divide it up.
Use things like decks of cards and Old Maid and even 5 dice, you know, to play Yahtzee, stuff like that. Just little things, but you'd be surprised how they really are willing to spend their money on that.
Does anybody offer big prizes for the incentive?
Not anymore.
Yeah, what do you consider a big prize?
Something more than a candy bar.
Oh, yeah, we give our top leaders get T-shirts, water bottles, or book bags. And then everybody who participates, last year, we gave a coupon for a milkshake and a 3-day swim.
Cool.
Last year, we had a balloon twisting or tying class. And so my old boss at the time, she bought these like balloon dog stuffed animals. And like pretty good. If I was a kid, I would want them. So that's what we have. And then like different like scooters, bones, No, but that was, I think we just got those from government, so that's why we use them.
Well, I think they're on that, that kind of stuff on my side, that's not.
They're like, what is it? The Fortnite, Fortnite, or something.
I know Madison, just bring this up, they would have like, I think she said 8 different prizes, like a laser tag set, a Kindle, but then each prize would have a dart in front of it. So if you read, I don't know how many minutes, but you would get assigned a ticket for each, so maybe like 15 minutes, you get assigned a ticket. They could actually put that ticket in front of the prize that they would want to win. And that way she can see with, okay, this one, hardly any kid wants to win that one, so I won't buy anything like that again, but she can see what's most popular. But then the kids aren't stuck with the prize that, oh yay, I didn't want this, but I thought, well, that was an interesting way to do it. Adult programs, does anyone do much for adult programs?
I tried with the 3 years old, and when the real machine worked, we had 2 or 3 of the ladies that read with their kids. And we counted it, if you were an older sibling and you read to a younger one, you both got the minutes. They got it for listening and they got it for reading. So if mom read to the kids, mom got it for reading and the kid got it for listening. So they could win they could get pretty good minutes doing that. So. And then it encouraged the moms to read to the kids. Yeah. Or siblings to read to their little ones.
Last year was kind of a bridge year for us, so we did kind of things we did before, and then we did rabbit goes, and didn't really, other than adult reading books last year, that we just read books and towards the but that's something we're looking at, now, really doing that. Workshops and different topics and a craft day and different things for adults. That's something we're hoping to incorporate back in.
Yeah, I think COVID made everything a reset, kind of trying to get back what you lost and maybe trying to change something. Now's the time for change.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't like that anyway, so now it's not happening, so we stop it from happening again.
We had one of the internship grants too, that we'll be able to maybe split some age groups too. If it's well, which I think it will, if we can do more in-person things, and split the age groups up more, because we have, we were outside as much as we could be this last year. But on, we have for the animal center. So just being able to, when we have the individual age groups, be able to break it down more. There were days I was trying to do K through 5th, and it was a lot trying to do some of the activities that I wanted to do. Right.
Just one thing I was gonna mention about adult programming, this, I don't know if they still do it or not, but York, which is Kilgore Memorial Library, and Seward would have a competition. And the only thing at stake was the town got to say, we read more than they did, but they got a cheesy trophy, and last I heard, they had each won it, but it was a big thing in both towns to try to convince the adults to read, because it was a competition between towns are competitive. So if you have anything like that, that's a thought.
The same process can be applied to schools, because we have multiple elementary schools. And so I've seriously, for the past few years, thought about doing a combined trophy, and then the first of the school you're presenting it as an official thing, and you guys didn't win it this year, so I got to take it, and you'd be tactful about it. But I think that would be a great way to get more participation, so to speak, and then also that will Yeah.
Okay, old cat. Yeah, you're gonna do something mean to a book.
I am.
Those little things that they all bend the pages over, you know, it's spelled read or the bully. Oh. Oh, that was somebody's favorite book. Wow.
Yeah, but if it was like a Reader's Digest condensed book, it's okay to fold the
Or an
pages.
encyclopedia.
No, or an encyclopedia that's from 1965.
Encyclopedia, man.
So did anyone see what, speaking of encyclopedias, some of yours went to Ponca. Did anyone see what they did with encyclopedias?
What?
Like, they made stools out of them.
Yeah, like
Oh,
footstool.
cool.
So they actually sit on them and have a vinyl cover on the top. So they're easy to wipe off and they have big old caster wheels, but they made 4 of them.
Cool.
I saw she put on her Facebook page to her patrons, hey, does anybody have any old encyclopedias? So I messaged her, I said, you need to ask librarians. And she said, would you ask? Like 15 minutes later, it's like, okay, how much do you want me to stop? I think I stopped at 4 libraries, loaded the whole back into my car. Has anyone been to Ponca's library?
No.
It is on the side of a hill, so I can either walk up these steps or it's got handicap back and forth, and it's like, I've got 100 encyclopedias. So yeah, they brought a cart and we made 2 trips. Anyways, it's so cute.
Well, encyclopedias really hurt to destroy those. I mean,
All that
because when I was a
information.
kid, that was it.
Yeah.
The pretty colored pictures.
That's funny. I just had a parent come in last Saturday. He's probably sick. And he saw, you know, what the first. Mom, what are these? So we're trying to explain to him what he got. Finally, his mom distilled it down to this. Well, you know, when you ask Alexa a question,
There you
this is
go.
what we used to have to do.
Yeah.
I like the trophy idea. That's a funny idea to realize. There's a high school teacher in our town who hands out parties with lots of parties. And all the kids fight for that party award. And all it is a picture of him that's been photocopied and he sticks it on a cardboard thing and the kids love it. My daughter has her party proudly displayed award. She graduated like 4 years ago. We could do a Bradley Award. Yeah.
There you
Or a Connie Award.
No, we can't run with anything but Bradley. A Bradley would be awesome.
I guess.
You could have a mask. You could have a mask. Yeah, that's fun. Columbus Library. Is it done? Oh, no.
No, it won't be done until May of 23.
So where are?
We're in the old police station, which is just kind of catty corner.
And
It's
that's
teeny.
smaller.
Do you have
Teeny.
room to do what?
Well,
That's how the
we're,
reading happens somewhere else.
Frankfurt Square. Yeah. Mhm.
City Park, City Park, City Park. And we tried to do as much as we could over there. And hope it didn't rain. I mean, there's just 3 storms good. So many books we've got in storage or in that retrieval. Very limited on space, but we are making it work.
How exciting for new libraries. So
It
what's
is.
the estimated date?
I'm sorry.
What's the estimated date?
May of 23. But then I heard July, then I heard, so, you know,
Yeah, well,
It is
give
what
it
it is.
anywhere from whatever, 6 months
right.
after.
pretty much.
So invite everybody for a tour when you get all.
We have like a maker space and like things like that.
It'll actually have a children's museum in it. We have a local group that has been working with different children's museums. And they're working on sponsors right now. And so they've got a dedicated space. City Hall will move over beyond the 3rd floor. There's supposed to be a coffee shop in there, which to me is seriously the most exciting thing in the world. And we'll be on the 2nd floor with a ton of windows, just loving light, plenty of room for everything. Programs. It is just gonna be amazing. The worst part is gonna be when they have all the walls up and we don't see the action anymore. Right now, we see them working on it. we hear about it. So when they got the walls up and they're working inside, that's when we're gonna get anything. I know that because we'll have to wait probably another year before we can get in. That's the hard stuff.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, it'll be really, really neat. They have some really neat ideas. What's that display box? Like a display box.
Yeah,
Kind of what you have out here with the Legos out here.
idea box.
Idea box, yeah. That'll be really nice on the space.
So when the coffee shop opens, are you gonna have like separate rooms for that? Or is it?
Yeah.
That is not city owned. That is gonna be leased by a company.
Yeah.
Whoever decides to live in it, so they have to staff it, they'll have their own hours, it'll be all on that.
When our library was built, it came with a cafe too, and it was like that, but we don't have a coffee shop anymore. It's not being used, so it's just kind of empty.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Breaks my heart. I would keep it in business myself. Alone.
Right.
I already do this in Columbus. That would be fun. That'd be fun. We don't know who's going on yet, but you know.
It's not a bad space for like storage and like programming, because like there's like a bunch of seating and then there's behind the counter. With like everything, there's like a sink in there, so like if I have any messy programs, then I'll just put it in there. If I need water for anything, those kinds of programs, it's right next to me, so it's not too bad. It's just- Yeah.
Are you going to allow coffee inside the library?
I'm sorry.
Are you gonna allow the coffee? Gonna have good carpeting?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, we allow food and drink in the library anyway, except for in the computer lab, so
We did too in the old library, but we don't.
I believe it.
We had 40-year carpet, 40-year-old carpet.
Green shag, right?
Right.
I remember that. Yeah.
How about snacks during summer reading? Does everybody offer snacks?
Summer school. Yeah, we'll see about that.
Every game.
Yeah. The only downside is like I was talking about our cafe, like the fridge is broke, so we would have to put the whole like thing up to code before we could search it in there. But other than that, it might happen.
So do you do snacks too for summer reading for the kids?
During movie time, during the food program.
No, not during summer. It typically was for an incentive for the movies.
Sometimes I'll send something to go with it.
That's why we sort of feed a program. So we'll say this team, as the kids show up. Yeah, so, yeah.
Talk about it. Has anyone done a waffle it program? On what? Waffle it?
Oh, like put
You have-
anything in a waffle.
Right, you can make anything in a waffle iron, right? Albion did that several years ago, and I always thought that sounded fun, but messy maybe, I don't know. But we're just think of the. That'd probably be more of a teen or tween thing, but yeah, I always thought that was clever, but. For brave souls.
We used to have, on the last day, we'd go to the park and have hot dogs and ice cream, things you could eat outside in the park. But we haven't done that now. Not since before COVID. We did that last year. I'm sort of the town dog. Watch them go through the park. Nose to the ground.
The purple bags, does anybody order supplies for those for programming or for? Or prizes?
We always
We had the plastic bags that put Tails and Tails on last year. And I put like our programming calendar, some coloring sheets, and then we also got chains and the brag tags that came with Tails and Tails. So like each time they kind of program, they get a different brag tag. pencils in there too. And I think it's more code to get on our food stack challenge. And like anytime they register for the program. That was a lot of money. So I probably made like $100.
So I mean, I just threw a few different things in there, but. So you get an idea. What's that? I played with that a little bit. They do you have any questions for the whole group of? Yes.
Okay, so being that readers up. Pros, cons, what's like the one's free, right? And then the other one costs.
I would just go with the one.
Yeah.
Try that out.
But you get more creative, like, can you get more creative with the challenges with one than the other?
I haven't used Reader Zone, so I don't know, but
You do have to, like he was saying, you do have to kind of play around,
a lot.
to, yeah, kind of figure things out.
And
And
it's like there's so much, you can like make your own badges, but you can also pick like hundreds of different like designs for different badges. And,
So it's a bit of a rabbit hole.
yeah, pretty much.
And with Reader Zone, you can make different things from activities, you know.
Yeah.
You can also do it for minutes and for different categories. And actually, Reader Zone,
They have things like read with my dad, or play ball in the park with grandma, stuff like that. And if you did that, you get to check it off or whatever, and it went towards your goals.
right, but you make all those up for your own.
Was
Yeah.
there was a big push, wasn't there, when it was like free, like a couple of years ago, Reader Zone?
It's still free.
But like when it first, like how long has it been? Because I remember,
It's been like 2 summers.
yeah, I remember at my one library, they kind of pushed it, we're gonna incorporate this into the summer reading. And then it was just like, yeah, no. we're
We
not.
had a good first year. Then I said, let's do it over the winter, and we'll put your names in a jar and pull it out for a $15 gift certificate at the mini mart, and nobody played. And that was, of course, that was COVID. And after that,
The
that
year,
was when it started.
the year that we didn't have, well, 20, it's been so long. The year we didn't have summer reading, we did Reader Zone.
Yeah.
Exclusively, and we had good participation.
Yeah,
had
we
a lot
did
of
too.
kids.
But nobody had any, there wasn't anything else.
Well, exactly,
available, yeah.
exactly.
And isn't there a webinar?
Right.
Is that coming up
Might be
soon?
like tomorrow or Friday or something.
Yeah, there is one, so we can get you that information. You can sit in on it and like learn from them, because they're computer geeks and they keep improving and improving things.
Yeah.
And telling you, oh, in a month, we're gonna have this upgrade. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, please stop. You know,
So
let me learn this.
could this be a good way to incorporate the reading aspect, right? Using one or the other?
Well, if people are into electronics and our
Some of the
teens
moms
are, and
really
some of
love
our
it.
adults are, it's a great way for them to keep track of, if you're doing minutes, like Rusty did minutes on an app. Whereas other options.
I know, because I did. Done bingo cards, we did the badge challenges, and then the one time we did where it was coupons where we checked out, you know, books from these genres, and it was a scratch off type thing, a small prize or a big prize. The small one was a snack right after that, and the big one where you got put into a draw. You know, it's just like, I know that there's a lot of people who like to read and want to read, but it's just trying to figure out how to.
Right, reach it. And
Yeah.
I think there will always be the people who do like paper, so that's why we give them the option of doing it all. There are people you never see dark in the library before, but they're reading on
I
drive.
know.
And they're into this electronic stuff, and so they're like, if your reader is out there in the zone, maybe you know, see them once a year. But if you have it connected to your website, you know, that, hey, you can do this online. You see it.
Like Facebook.
And my daughter is computer literate, so she took care of the house And she had to call him up a few times.
Like,
It was really, really helpful.
Yes. They
Yeah,
are very.
Yeah.
for the kids, oh,
What's only like many of them doing, they are all on Facebook, they all say they're nuts. That's what I
that
was
was a
thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And Facebook's just like, nah. No, I haven't used Facebook, but every one of them is on Facebook, like mom posts comparison picture. Wait, you're on Facebook? No, I never use Facebook. Well, how'd you know? They're all on, they just don't comment, so, but they like, Twitter and Instagram. Snapchat. Yeah. But just, yeah. I know, I've caught.
Our kids do
I mean, I'm not, like, it's cool.
Share your escape room ideas with us.
What, no.
Your escape room ideas we were gonna do. Have you done an escape room too?
Well, back in the day at Plattsburgh, a long time ago, because I don't know, I know what year it is, but with the COVID stuff, it's like, how many years ago was that actually? Plattsburgh did a poll one, and it went really, really well with the community. We ran it for the month of October, and they could sign up, and it was kind of like a competition. We had some gift cards available, whoever got out the quickest. And then there was this, like, it was a theater somewhere caught wind of what we were doing, and then they actually came and did a performance, because they were doing like a O thing. And so they actually did a free performance for us there at Plattsmouth. Fast forward to Greenwood, we did some, because I was working at two separate libraries, and in Greenwood, we did some winter programs, and the escape room was gonna be one of them. And we got it off Etsy, and it was relatively cheap. I want to say it was under $15, and it's a wizard one that's very similar to Harry Potter. And it's basically, you get it and you can download everything, you can blow stuff up, make it bigger, you can laminate it. And we were gonna run it, but we couldn't because I had some personal stuff come up. But then with our winter programs, we were only running it for an hour. And this particular escape room had 7 challenges. So we were like, uh-oh, how do we do that? So we were in the process of kind of trying to kind of cut that in half, because then we were also like, well, if 20 kids show up, how are we gonna do this? Because I was like, I want to get yellow Jello. I'm gonna, they have to shove their hands in Jello to get like, yeah, because there's even this one thing where you blow up a balloon and it has the attachments of the owl, and then so there's a clue in the owl that they have to pop. So I mean, it's a, yeah, and Danny plans on doing it in Greenwood over the summer, which I feel like will work out better, because it's good to kind of, when you do an escape room, do it for about a month and have it like run for like, if you have the space, do it for a month so people can sign up for it, and then have like a whole area you can control, and then you can get super, super creative. I hope that's how it works.
Yeah. No, that would be interesting when she does it. How it turns out.
And then I'm gonna run the same one at Plattsmouth in like March. Because my mouth got me in trouble. And so it's like, but I think it'll be fun. I don't know if I can use Jello though. No, I'm thinking carpet.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, Orbeez.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, Wayne has done the Breakout Box, escape room, and they do it like, they'll have one day where they say, we're doing adult escape rooms, we have a meeting room that they use, and then they just have people, like, teams contact them. So then beforehand, you can get like time blocks, like estimate, okay, this could take up to 90 minutes, so then you like have however many people for time block, and like, we have a big timer that like, you watch as you go, and like once you break out, it's like whatever. It's a lot of fun. We continue to respond, but obviously a little lower numbers, but that's consistent for whatever you're doing. So
Right.
yeah. Are you in the room with them, or are you outside the room? we were outside of the room, we had walkie talkies because you can give them hints too. Because with the Poe one, it wasn't locked, but it had a chain, so they couldn't really, you know, so they would, I think we gave them like 3 hints. And then if they can't do it, I think the max time we gave them was an hour, if they hit an hour, then, you know, let's try again next time.
And they're still up.
Yeah, they're now goes. But that's, I think, you know, kind of, I really liked, I never did it, because I felt like I couldn't, not that I knew how, I probably wouldn't have wanted anyway. Before, a safe rooms were intimidating. I'm not smart enough to figure that out, you know, but the more and more I, you know, had access to them, they're actually really fun. Plus with those places they have, I think that's why it did so well in our community, because the closest place for our community is Omaha, and that's like kind of a ways away if you want to have the traffic or if you just want to go to the library.
The reason I mentioned it is Three Rivers Library System does have 2 breakout boxes that we will check out. Anybody? Well, you get to help try to break out of one. Now, Breakout EDU does have a website, and there are free challenges, or you can pay for a subscription to get some that are more advanced, more professional. I'm a nerd. When I worked at Genoa, I didn't know trails had these available, so I bought my own with the locks, and I made like 7 different ones just for fun. So far, I've made 4 for trails. So if you want to check out the homemade ones, you can, and check out me with it, because then I miss being a public library director. So then I can get my fix. The extension office in Genoa, I made for their first Lego League. I made a challenge for them 2 years ago, and then COVID happened and everything. Over Christmas break, she said, "Hey, I still have the box and clues here from Genoa." So I said, "Would you come help me?" And it's like, gosh, would I even remember how? But it was a good test for me to see if I made good enough instructions for her to follow. So I went. It was so much fun. So anyway, so I have this one is Oceans of Possibilities. There's the instructions and all the answers on here and what is all included. In this case, you may want a different book, but the book can go with it. It's the Moon book because it talks about tides. Tides affect the ocean, so that's the tie-in. And in this case, here is the challenge. The Evil Wizard, Dr. Eli Turret, illiterate. My granddaughter's 13, she came up with that. I was so excited. Dr. Eli Turret captured the moon and placed it in the magic box. The tides now refuse to rise and fall. The ocean animals are confused and helpless. And remember, this is for kids, like 4th, 5th, 6th grade. So life as we know it will never be the same if you do not rescue the moon. So here is your first clue. Go forth, heroes, and save the world. So pretend you guys are all kids. So the first clue, this is your first clue, and here is what you do to find clue number 2. Look under something that is, okay, so look under something that is blue. Get up and spread your legs, find something blue, see if you can find the next clue.
That's where I was going.
You can read it out loud.
Oh, you found it already.
Yeah.
Wow.
You found clue number 2, 3 cheers for you. Clue number 3 will make you think. You'll find your prize bathroom.
So now think about it, if your kids, they're all gonna be running to the bathroom, right? Yeah. You can read all these. You wanna do
I think I wanted the ocean animals. I'm a whale. I'm confused. I'm sitting here. No.
And it's funny, when you do this in a library with kids, there are gonna be those kids that say, "Hey, do you have it, the answer yet?"
Yeah.
I mean, kids are kids, and then others will really get into it.
Okay. People use this to come in or out. You know what I'm talking about. You can find clue number 4 if you look
I don't know. So many doors.
Good for you, you have found a clue. Do you think you'll be able to locate the key under a blank?
Blue.
You need to read it so that it rhymes.
Okay, good for you. You have found a clue. Do you think you will be able to locate a key under a table?
Okay, so now you're looking for a key under a table. See, now's where I need pictures of everybody looking for a table. You found it, didn't you?
Oh, come on, it was right there. I looked, but I didn't see it.
So you have the key, so you can unlock.
Oh.
Am I boring? Oh, yeah. Did you get one unlocked? Awesome. Okay, so now we go on to the next one. Have you ever seen those on Facebook where this plus this? Okay, so that's what we do. The kiddos that I did this with at the first Lego league, they said the math clues were their favorite, so I thought it was kind of cool. Yeah, there's dry erase markers, since it's laminated, you can actually write on them and then you can just wipe them off and reuse them. So there's, yep, so here's the legend that will answer both of those, and this will solve two different blocks. Plan down on these, you do some that are easy and it's exciting because they have some progress, then you can do some that are more challenging. Because yeah, it's no fun if they're all too hard or if they're all too.
That's why we had a library. Oh, wait, you would say that's a library. Yeah. I already
It should all be
It's the same.
They're all the same. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a 3-digit and a 4-digit, so you'll be able to open 2 different locks with the same legend. But this is this plus this equals 24. Yeah. So 24
Oh, it's only
divided-
one of them.
What?
Okay, we got
Two.
We're done.
Yeah, someone else did it too. Where'd you go to high school? Oh, I just said, you know, like. This plus this plus this.
I got that far, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it was nasty. We need to do this one and then we can go way down.
Yep. Yep, you can actually write your number down.
Right.
This if you want, and it just wipes right off with, it's so cool. Once it's laminated. Oh, they're opening them. And remember when you have kids too, if you have 10 kids and only 6 locks,
Yeah.
you know, maybe you have one of them, oh, you can do 2 digits and someone else can do the other 2. So if everyone can cancel on it. Let them all get along. Awesome. So they got two blocks, those two blocks done. So you can continue with one, or
We're getting out.
they are, yeah. Wondering if everyone's working together as a team. The next clue is, some people are scared of this creature because it can have a big bite. So be careful out in the ocean. One of its kind is a great white shark. So it's a 5-digit lock, and the answer is shark. So again, some are easy, some are harder. So anyone want to try the shark? And then the tricky part is there are 2 5-letter locks, so trying to decide which one to try.
Sorry. Oh, I was gonna say.
I just only got one.
Here's the next one. Sorry, I just have 10 laminated so people have to share.
What is this?
This one is a word search. And this one I made do because I couldn't find a lock that really matched what I want. The answer is a 5-digit word lock, and it's an anagram. So once you figure out the answer, if the letters are not in a row. Letters are left over will give you a clue. Where's it going on?
Better this time. But I'm not too good.
I knew there was something, I just couldn't see that one. So I just saw the cue, so I knew it was good.
Yeah, this lock all put into this.
Get a hacksaw.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the line.
Maybe that's.
Is that correct? There it is. Okay, so. Leftover words are supposed to give us a.
A hint, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It helps to know that.
Yeah, where the line is, exactly.
Oh, that, I bet you it is.
So what did you come up with? So that'll lead you to a 5-letter clue. The 5-letter lock. So what would you think of when you thought of me?
Oh, fine, okay, yeah.
And then it's an anagram of the word because the locks look like that, right?
Oh.
So it's an anagram, it's an extra clue with an extra.
Oh, so I have some extra letters in there. Okay.
in hindsight.
It is. But it's like, the letters don't line up, so it's an anagram of it, so you have to kind of be creative how to find them out.
I'm not doing those sorts of stuff. Never have. My razor sharp brain is kind of dull.
Okay.
I'm ready. I love it.
This is fun.
Oh, I got it. Cool beans. Yeah. Okay.
I'm better if I start.
Oh, no, I can't.
I made firelocks that will actually line up with the letters I wanted.
Oh.
I bought extra locks besides what came with it. To be sell, you only have like 10 options.
Okay.
So there's no L in the second.
So, yeah.
Whatever. So I found the letters. So like this order, so it's an extra challenge to figure out. No, it's an anagram.
Can you explain this at all?
I mean, like A's one, sure.
It is a cryptogram.
Trying to see that.
So, okay. When you look at a cryptogram, a lot of times, the most commonly used letter is usually an E. So you might look at this and figure out, well, what letter is used the most? And then you think of, yes, and then you think the word the is commonly used. So you look to see if there's any three-letter word that's used repeatedly throughout the puzzle. And you can try to see if it's the word the. If it's not, you can erase it and try again. But
So putting other letters, right?
yeah. Right. And that,
See, I don't think the letters. See, that's what I'm thinking.
Another letter.
She said A's are very common.
Maybe the B and the T.
So. So then, if that, if R is for E, then we'll find and see if that makes sense. So, if it doesn't, you gotta erase it and start over. Yeah.
This is why I don't do crossword puzzles or regular puzzles.
now I made one that is called Winter Wonder What Happened Plan. And it has a, I think that's why it has a crossword puzzle in it. And there's letters circled within the crossword puzzle. Is this something you think the kids in your library will like?
Yeah, some of them would just go.
And like,
That may be-
I'll have some
that may
that'll
be-
be all over it. And then there'll be the others you shouldn't let everyone else do.
Right, you know, this is not. Your face.
All the letters.
Yeah, yeah.
And the parent wants to be, or,
could do this, but. There's the same word 3 times.
And what is that called? Range shade? Yeah.
I gave up. So I'm just-
I think if you're gonna do this, you gotta give us 3 clues.
Yay. Okay, first one, take me out to the ocean, next one, take me out to the sea.
Oh,
There you go.
so
So
you need to
rest.
sing it when you do it.
Take me out to the ocean, take me out to the sea.
You can't do it at the library.
Okay, okay, now okay. So we're
No.
Not at all.
Happy, right. Are you serious? I'm the first one who got it?
Yeah.
No way. Oh, my husband. I can't do math, but.
I can't write, so I can
All
read
the
it.
R's. I have it on Google Drive and I figured when I send out the link with all the slides, I'll send a link to the Google Drive too. We have 2 boxes. Jessica, who I don't know if she's actually there, but she's there. She's got one of them in her library in Battle Creek. She's been doing like an escape room over Christmas break. So. And she, yeah, and these are homemade. Everybody's got a different style, so there's probably more things that she's out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Like, Gene T. The book. Yeah.
Oh, yes, and Jessica's there and she said, I'm here. Highly recommend doing an escape room. Yeah, so she has the other breakout box there in her library, so. And I think she kind of used the breakout EDU and she found a couple different, she did the 2-week trial so she could explore. And she used a couple different ones and then she made up her own foods to finish now. To know that they're English parents too. I was hoping the microphone. I know your brain kind of twists around a little bit after a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to see that.
Yeah.
Some people really like it, some
Yeah,
not so
yeah.
much.
Okay.
And then we
Show me the.
I was just thinking, if kids were doing this, how quiet they would be.
Yeah, but to their friends, they would look, oh. You know?
I don't get it.
Do you think these would be too hard for kids? Again, it probably depends on the kids, right?
For some.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this,
I don't want to do it.
Probably just for.
Yeah.
Younger kids wouldn't be able to do that. They would just It's not like that, the letters aren't like that.
yes.
Yeah, I
and
need to
that-
revamp it.
That's part of my thing.
My eyeballs are
I think I made this on Word. If I would have made it on Excel, it probably wouldn't like that. So. Oh, fun. Because I have some too that I make that, when it goes across, they all match up. So if there's two letters, those two letters are in the bottom alphabetical order, so you know it has to be in that spot somewhere. So it's like this, but it's a little easier. And honestly, this is the first one I made. I forgot they were wonky like that. So, yeah. Live and, again, you live and learn. Yeah. So you're done.
They wash their hands of that.
And that's where I noticed too, yesterday when I did this and told them, they said, so what does it say? And I don't have it written down and I don't remember. So they had to solve it. And I don't think anyone finished. I just did the last slide and opened it, we're done.
See, that's what I was trying to figure out what the last one was. See. No, it's better than this. It has to be an eye. What color is the ocean? Blue.
Yeah. Show me the foamy waves. Breath of the salty air, something of the salty air.
We should have had this in the morning.
Showing the foamy waves rolling there. As I read in the script,
Yeah, I can't.
I did. I figured it out. One's a story time.
See if you make it long enough ago and then try to redo it. It's all brand new. Or it's fun to color boxes. So this, you could actually make 5 different clues and have 5 different colors in a sequence to make it go on. Yeah.
You have to reset them off.
Yes, every time you have a different game, you need to reset the locks. So anyway, fun, right?
You know, yeah. I would make it a little easier, a little shorter.
Yeah, sure. And you don't have to use all 6 locks either.
Yeah.
Or you can make it all a scavenger hunt and have them look for key and have them all be keys, or you can make them as hard or as easy as you want.
Oh, yeah.
You could make it a family night adventure. And big people.
Yeah.
And then the kids would be crying and mom and dad would be grumpy.
Or else they would all just have all kinds of fun. And say, let's do it again. Anyway, it's 2:37. You can take them, we'll break for 5-10 minutes. There's cookies over there. There's plenty to drink. There's probably still some muffins. So if you need to get it stretched or wander or whatever.
I have to leave on this.
You do.
Yes, so I can go to the library.
Okay, well, I'm glad we did this.
Yes, yes.
This first thing. I just figured this would be something to break it up, and then we'll talk about what crafts every day is gonna do in their summer reading and the ideas.
You just won and then you left. No, I didn't win. We just kind of.
I'm still working on it.
Okay, well, you work on it.
I could be here for a year. Closing and locking the library. Saying, get her out of here, would you?
Be sure you fill out your evaluation and put the thing back. Still in new, never mind mine. Stuff, so.
Some of these letters haven't been used yet.
No, I know, that's what makes it so hard.
I know.
Lisa, the library is closed. You gotta go home.
I know. I know. How dare I sit here? I don't do Sudoku.
Oh, and yeah, remember, there's still some audiobooks and some kids, things that they want to get rid of if anyone wants.
Take me out of the ocean, take me off the sea, show me the foamy waves rolling there, show me the foamy waves rolling there as I breathe in the sun.
We're bound and determined to finish it out.
You gotta talk slower.
You need to sing it really loudly.
Oh, man, you don't want to hear the thing.
Oh, yes, oh, yes.
Anybody have a voice? It's take me out to the, take me out to the ocean, take me out to the sea, show me the foamy waves rolling there. As I breathe in the salty air, I don't know where to go. Let me look at the ocean, see the sea and explore. For it's fun to dive from the toy to the ocean floor. What color is the ocean?
Oh, it's blue.
No, we
figured
thought
out
maybe it
a
was
while back.
top.
Yeah. Oh. From the top, is it top? Yeah, from the top, okay, sorry, I got one with wrong.
Well, there probably was not another P or Y within the whole puzzle to know.
Oh, no, there was.
I was gonna say.
Just so you remember, Connie, I am recording this.
Thank you for letting me know that.
You too.
Foamy
I thought it was
Well, you
beautiful.
have all heard my
Foamy
favorite
River.
about it.
Oh, well, he does have a wife, so yes, there is.
So you're right, you see me.
Oh, wait, there is.
No.
Yeah.
I think they used to say that. I think
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Drive carefully.
I give up. She's saying it's so yay. I got a couple of those letters that I couldn't figure out.
I heard you say explore.
Yes, that was the one. Because some of those letters never appeared before. If
I could go back, it was okay. Could we go back anymore? Awesome. Okay. Is it time for it to be over?
Not officially, I figured we'd still talk about craft stuff.
I'm gonna mention too, there's
Door prizes.
and door prizes.
Yeah.
Do I have to take home all the door prizes?
And there's a button maker too, that is available to check out, that if anyone wants to.
Oh, really?
Everybody's got stickers in your thing that are this size, if you wanna mess with it and make some buttons.
Cool.
And have this would be available for checkout, and there's a 2.25.
Now, how do you get that to us if we check it out?
I would probably, well, either could mail it to you,
Or
or
I have to meet you somewhere or something?
I could drive and visit you at your library.
I would love that.
Yeah, because I mean, that gives me an excuse to get out and about,
Yeah.
because then I'd be,
I see where people take like carded book covers and when they got into them.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And there's,
What?
discarded, discarded books. Yeah, you wouldn't like to hear that, the book covers. I know. But there's a cutter here too that makes the round thing, what do they? The graphic is the right size.
Well, I have a lot of discarded cards from way back in the day. They used to check out the books.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Market-wise, and we never threw those away. We were trying to think of something we could do. Right.
Oh, it's nice meeting
I
you.
had one, my volunteer, who absolutely loved Charlotte's Web.
Uh-huh.
She ordered through the cards and found them.
Wow.
She'll get home, she's gonna make. I know. it's like,
There must be something else in, Bennington. It'll be a long. Yeah, it'll be a while before you get up to the But maybe not if you go directly up 77.
Right, see, and I am going to Bennington on the 4th. We're having in-person skills, the sharing knowledge, ideas, learning library solution at Bennington on the 4th.
Cool. Take her the answer to this.
Oh, that's what, 2 of them I made are for, we have book sets. So we have like 10 books in there, and most of them are open source.
Yeah.
One of them is Hope in the Holler, and the other one is Miscalculations of Lightning Girl. I listened to the audiobook when I was traveling, so I made quizzes out of them because, yeah, kids, they read the book and then have to quiz it kind of. Anyway, it's a different option if they can do it in Breakout Box instead. Make the game.
Yeah.
Good
planning.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different stuff you do. I only print it out. I just got this in Friday, so there's all kinds, you make keychains and all kinds of fun stuff. Do you still have them?
What do I do? I can't, because it shocks my teacher so much that I had to get it off the shocker. It was just this guy's carry chest. And it's in the car and I left it there for 3 hours. I was like, what? Yep. It was so dumb. Teenage stuff.
Oh, yeah, teenagers are.
Yeah. That one I kept at least because it was fun. Other than that, I had no idea. Did you say your stickers in here?
In the purple bags.
Oh, okay.
I filled up my bag already. I can't even find it down bottom. Oh, I bet it's somewhere.
So what's everybody plan on doing for crafts? Ocean theme or Irene theme for this summer? Any ideas?
I don't think about that till May.
That's the way I always was.
I did bring these, I'd be happy to pass them around, but I want them back. Because I was at Hobby Lobby the other day, looking around, and I found these, and I'm not even sure what I'm gonna do with them yet, but
What are they, fish?
they're little foam fishies, and lobster guys and octopus and starfish and whales. So if you want to just look at them, they got them at Hobby Lobby. I'm sure you can order them online if you don't want to go to Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, decoration, that's another good idea for a topic too.
There,
Decorating the library.
Oriental Trading had these by the like 50,000 in them. I still have some of those.
Well, perfect time to dig them out.
And if you take two paper plates and put them together, but you cut out the center of the one, and you take saran wrap, and you can put your fishy and some little seashell-y type things in there. Oh, that's.
And I think it's
And it makes it kind of a rattle.
coloring, makes it almost glossy.
Yeah, we did that one time for a coffee for the school. Didn't sell that. I like all that stuff. Remember for a while they had them at Kroger?
So I kind of want to do like not tiny crafts or like a bracelet or something like that. I don't really know yet.
Friendship bracelet?
Yeah.
That would be fun. Or something out of leather, so we always did that. Coasters. Forever coaster leather.
Something like campfire too, like
I remember. Yeah, I remember one time the extension office came when I was public library director and made fire starters out of toilet paper rolls. And of all things to say, she collected dryer lint forever. You stuff it with dryer lint and I don't remember what else she put in it. But I mean.
You don't need it if you got one.
A lighter, one of those big lighters.
Yeah.
and then for like decorating, I want to get like tents. So good for them.
Reading intense, right? You can't beat that. Have flashlights too.
Yeah.
Or on the bottom, well, put a shadow cap over it, and then you take like, cool, like, ribbon that might be really cool. And actually, like, I really Western, not professional at all. Awesome. I've seen jellyfish made out of those little lanterns you can, I think you can use them for like, most of it, but they have they're like a battery and you light it up and then you take the loop up and you untwine the loop up for and it was cool because they came in different colors, the lantern park, so you just get the same color loop up for the legs. Super cool. I've seen that. With coffee filter, one of our coffee pots once had those short filters, and I had tall filters, so I cut an inch off of them all the way around. And then if they're open, you can, and they go like this, we zigzag down. Coffee filters do that. We used it for, I think, decorating a float, staple them onto something. But it was the top inch around a coffee filter that stretches out and becomes kind of zigzag.
And I know yesterday, a couple of them were talking about if, you know, if they have a wall, which not all libraries do, put like an octopus, and then they need to build interlocking chains every, you know, if you read.
Oh, yeah.
If you read so long, you get to make a chain and make 8 legs, and the more you read, the longer the legs.
Oh.
So I mean, that's kind of an incentive because they're on the wall and it's a group team effort to build it.
Yeah. And they put their names on there. Right.
Does anyone do bulletin boards or something?
Like last year for all the schools were in the some board in it. So each kid that signed up, we already had to cut it. You can see that, yeah, so it's in the wall.
Yeah, it's good when you have a visual for community. Wow, you impact this many people. Exactly. Yeah.
And then like, oh, man, my friends are out there. Oh, and pick them up.
Oh, yeah. Build the interest that way too.
In Wayne last year, the sales of bills, like, for every however many books or minutes or whatever, read, we brought up a tail on string around the library and walk around the library.
Oh, cool.
Wow. Yeah. And you can keep track of that on the stuff or whatever that or whatever.
So you're new at South Sioux City, but you did work at Wayne?
Yeah, so I worked in the inside first, and I was way and inside, and then now I'm waiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not the only one that does dual libraries. That would confuse.
It is confusing.
How far apart is it?
Wayne helps you or.
Which one are you looking at?
Yeah.
I got some handouts.
The easiest, oldest alphabets around in the world. That's trying to make this as easy as possible. So this is one sheet of construction. And then since construction paper is 9 by whatever, you cut 9 legs that cut one off, and that's the one that you together. And then you just give them one whole sheet of these. Okay, and it probably works better with regular paper than construction paper, but then you have to adjust how big the butts are. And just have them roll them up and if it's farm or whatever. It's really easy, you know, cheap. I wanted to make this as easy. I know you can do them with the total. And then when you do this, you can see what's going on. You're welcome. And then the other thing I was talking to people around our table is last time we did like a water theme, we had a contest and it was for our fourth or sixth graders, so that's my older group. And it was called the Older Boat Contest. And if you entered, we gave them one roll of duct tape and they had to find their own cardboard. They could only use duct tape and cardboard. And their challenge was to build a boat that would float in the swimming pool. And then we rented the swimming pool and had them try the boats. And then most times people around the table, I had one father who got really mad into this with his daughter. And it was a father-daughter project. And they could both float in the boat across the pool and then they were giving rides by the end of the night.
Oh,
So,
wow.
yeah, they had a lot of fun with that. You know, and some tried the boat and there's some immediate. It was for trying to build a boat that you could sit in. Well, yeah, we gave them one roll of duct tape. They could have used 10,
Yeah.
you know, and like the one that had the dad, who's obviously a big guy and the kid, I think they have that for the
Wow, that's serious.
Yeah, you can do that with this year. That's.
I could make a submarine.
Receiving the typical creature garden that I did in Greenwood where we got pots, I think relatively cheap off the ranch or trader. And then kids could decorate them and we took air dry clay to make pinnacles. And then I got these really creepy looking plants that they were able to plant in planters and then stick the pinnacles. My daughter still actually has hers. I mean, the plant died, but she still has the thing she made. I mean, air dry clay and held up pretty well. I was worried after we did it, like watering, oh no, but.
Cool. Anyone else brilliant ideas or thoughts on anything, not just crafts, but anything?
Been successful team programs in there. Murder mysteries.
so. he's like, Yeah, if we go, it was like a pizza party, you know, we have pizza and the.
Where did you get it? Where did you make it?
We got it off the internet. I wish I can't remember which, but they have them on Etsy too, and they're very similar to the one that we purchased. And it's still really cheap. And the first time we ever did it, they initially bought it for the adults, but we used it, the teens and guinea pigs. And it went over really well with them to where we played it again, and it's just been a thing.
What was that?
Teen, murder mystery. And then the adults loved it too, like, because the first time we did it for the adults, we actually, the staff were the props. So we dressed up as the characters that we were, and that you know, as much as I was like, I don't want to do this, it was fun. It was really fun. And then we would create the rooms in the library. So like the computer room was like the ballroom, and they donated these really cool dresses that would hung from the ceiling, and we had some lights in there and some music playing. There was a wine room, a conservatory, bedroom, and we just kind of made these rooms throughout the library.
Cool.
Yeah, it was, I think that's one of the, it's a fun one to run, and just the way the teams got into it. And the last one I did, some of the dads brought their kids, and we didn't have enough, so they played. And so that was, you know, and I think we played with the age a little bit on one round where I think we did 12 to 19, just because I mean, in the state of Nebraska, you're still considered a teenager, and you're not an adult until you're 19. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's how it went. That's kind of what we did, and I could honestly see where someone was talking earlier about the ages, kind of, because I can see where 19-year-olds may not feel too comfortable with adults, especially if, you know what I mean? So, like, it's almost like that's a tough one. It's a really tough one. But then I also see where it works out well, but maybe they'd be more in their zone and, you know, but then I could also see where maybe there's a reason for that, because that contains them. Because they do act, you know, because even like the dads with the kids, they were almost more obnoxious than the children. Like, they were climbing on the furniture and stuff to try and get like, and I'm just like, oh, we want to tell kids to stop doing this. What are you doing? Because they, you know, so maybe there is a reason for that, to keep people in line.
You know, on the Three Rivers Library System YouTube channel, Dr. Melissa Casper from UNO did a presentation on adults needing play and how libraries can help. And yeah, it was really engaging, really interesting. It's true, adults need to play too, I think.
I see that too with I had my first Friday friends last Friday for the moms bring their kids in, and I could see that. You know, I do really believe that there's a certain level of self-care when you're, I mean, it's hard being in the grind all the time. It's hard. Adulting's hard, and sometimes you just need that freeing moment.
See the world through the kid's
Yeah,
eyes for a while.
It's just amazing, because they're just brilliant little creatures, and we get so, you know, I guess eye on the ball. Sometimes we shift over to that, and we just kind of distracted. You know, that's why with the Friday friends, I could see like the moms really just loosening up and just getting down with their kids and playing. And, you know, they probably don't get that quality as much because they're doing other stuff. I can relate to that. I was tired, right? And I really listen, and I see the necessity. We're not the two librarians, but we, I know that our two librarians that go to Manda group, they love Manda. I know that myself, but they love it. And she's got a teen library council, and so they need like a issues.
A lot of our teams are not referring to sports. So like, if we are not all starting like anime class, but you guys know Country Bowl? It's like it's free for library. Like, just email them and they're like, all right, $1 every before the main day. They'll give it to you maybe this month. And then if you want one more, then so how are you gonna run it? Is it just gonna be like, we're gonna like, so, once the kids are there, they're gonna vote on the whole thing, they wanna watch first, and then we'll just.
Yeah.
And then we'll be week right now, and I think it's gonna be like Wednesday night for. Whatever works for them. I mean, I'm just gonna have like, maybe issues or something else, or whatever, that's that one, and you said that. Cool. What's your email? So you can tell me how, because I've been playing with that, and then I even got super excited because I thought it's really cool. I know it's probably different, but there's this really neat Pokemon terranium ball thing you could make. I just saw it today and I flagged it because I'm just like, oh my goodness, out of one of those clear ornaments, and they have the really cool, like, and it was neat. I would actually want one because it looks so cool. And I was like, they could probably totally come to make something like this.
So with the teen advisory council, I don't know if this is a question for you guys. How do you guys get teens to come to, or like to
Food.
Eat them and they will come.
Yep, absolutely, sign up, and they feel like they have a say. They feel like they get to say what was supposed to on the shelves, and you can think of the way this stuff, it just want to be heard. Teenagers especially.
And she goes into the schools.
Yeah, I did that. I went to the NHS or high school. And they gave them like applications and everything, but I don't have to return any applications, so I reached out again and said nothing. So,
So you
yeah.
just the national.
Yeah.
Those are like the brainiac internet.
And they're like super busy too, so that's why.
Yeah. Those kids are very involved, and there's a demographic that I see, which means that the library. And there's a kids that aren't the athletes and aren't necessarily involved in so many things. So not nothing to say that it's great. You know,
The reason I did that is because they need to do community service hours.
Oh,
And
yeah.
being a part of that, be community service. So, so I have a feeling that whatever all those community service hours you do, and they haven't done it. And then we'll start doing it. So come April.
We're gonna get this done in a week.
I was feeling with the idea of the adopted shelf, where they can think like that's their responsibility, so they can like display the books. And then I also do, I do book bundles. I was gonna branch that off to where they could be responsible for the book bundles.
For book bundles, do you just do like picture books, or do you do like Canada, check books?
I just done picture books.
Yeah.
I feel like there's this picky something, and it's kind of taking off slow and not like
They
this.
get checked out a lot, especially like since you took over doing it, like they get checked out a lot.
Because I'd like to even kind of maybe do some homeschooling ones too, because sometimes it's just, especially some of those resources they were saying in the day, like, can you imagine if you had some of that stuff ready for the homeschool? You would probably come in and snag them up. But those are two of the items. When I surveyed over the summer, granted, I only got 12 of them back, but book clubs and tab was one of them. Some of those, and they all said yes to them. So I figured, starting with book club first, and maybe going in for the fight free, but I also fiddled with like the adopt the shelf or having them responsible, because that gives them a little bit of a say. They get to exercise their voice a little bit, get a little bit more comfortable with the whole environment, develop a relationship with them. Because I've noticed that, because sometimes when they come in, they probably think I'm them, because I thought, oh my God, she sees. And I feel like a creep or something. I know. But then they can just be, because I do agree,
there's so many private out units that do that. That's kind of their, that's where they go.
Unless there's like younger siblings with them and like a parent, I don't really see teams by themselves, honestly. Yeah.
Not most places, most libraries.
Really? I guess I'm lucky.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it's a
sad.
catch-22 for a lot of libraries. It's like, why do I buy all these young adult books if they don't come in? But if you don't buy them, you know they won't.
I almost want to say I'm sorry. Wow. Sad.
A lot, that's a struggle, a hard age.
Right.
There's so many things that they have to do to keep getting the top colleges and whatever the time after. It's hard.
They have school, and then you have all the extracurricular they have to do to, yeah,
And jobs.
and jobs and you have for prints and.
I mean, it's funny when you talk out loud, I compare my teenage years, I would say, working in school, and that's no spare time. So I guess, should be like, oh, but that's probably normal.
I think the getting to know you part of it is big too, because I found out later that this guy who's like a junior, senior, huge football player was actually afraid of me. And
I can see.
my daughter told me.
I've gotten that too, where like with my son's friends, I'm like, I think I scared him. He's like, what did your face look like when you were talking? And like my face is like that's
The mom.
Wow. Because I'm an introvert, so sometimes it's hard to do what I do just because I'm just like, I don't want to be noticed. Just like I know you don't want to be noticed, but I know we got to do this.
Yeah.
I'll just rip the Band-Aid off, and that's just like I'm like all over the place. I probably look like a nuts. So like, who is this person talking to me? But then, like you said, I've noticed how they don't go away. They still keep coming back, and then it just. But it does take time. I've learned it's patience and.
Do you guys have a designated teen area, or is it kind of in a file?
Kinda, like,
Why
wish I could-
stacks that are like on their own, but it's not like a team.
It's not like an
CD
enclosed
area.
space, like
Ours
it's,
is sad.
there's like 2 bookshelves and then the entryway to that teen area, but yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like a love seat and then there's 2 chairs that can fit with a holster. I've been trying to get that company.
Sure.
I think that's key too, is having, because we literally like where our team is literally in a corner and it's right by the circus. They're not like right by the circus. Like, I understand why no one really kind of even goes into the area, but I've seen too, and I've heard and read how those are so important to have. So bless you guys if you get one with your new one.
We had them with our old one, and they were always, I mean, kids will literally, people hide in corners. Not because they're doing anything, they just hide.
And the beautiful thing about that kind of thing is when you work with them when they're young, they grow up, and then they go off into that area, and then they become adults and taxpayers. So it's kind of important.
Plus too, if you open that up again, they're more likely to bring their kids when and if they have them. I've learned that that's kind of that too, so it's important to for them to have support.
And they feel like they have a stake in the facility,
The Brad and Jeff have done a great job of segueing into that team program. They got us in training programs for that middle school age. And so like this kind of Friday night, they have a tween night. And I think.
Oh, it's such a perfect program.
Oh, wow.
All it is board games, and we have like a few gaming systems, and then we do that for an hour. We get donated food. We don't really pay a whole lot for it. And then at the end, we play, it's called Sardines. It's basically hide and go seek in the dark at the library. They love it. They absolutely love that.
Did you see that for Minden's or did you?
Jessica came with that information, so when she came, she knew how to do that game and stuff. But
Janine Hill at Minden has done an Encompass Live presentation.
Gotcha.
she's got a huge following. And sardines, that was what she called it. And I thought it was just a her thing, but maybe it's all over.
I
It's all
think
that.
they never mentioned it. So I think that's really what she learned.
They actually do in January, they do lock-ins where they're at the library all night long. Has anyone done that? in your library?
They use
I haven't done it, but the person I forgot was for the.
Over December, we had like a walk-in that we got in chocolate. And so we had like things with like Nerf darts and, oh, yeah, and we're still finding them. Like, we moved back to black.
We don't really do a lock-in per se. We do, it's called tubular tween night, and it's one Friday a month, and it goes from 6:30 until 9. And, you know, so it's kind of late, like, I can go to bed.
Yeah.
Type of thing, so,
They feel like you're out on Friday
Yeah.
night with your friends and you get to eat on food.
And see, I've seen that with the murder mysteries, like happening a little bit later in the evening. And the funny thing is too, is like we have to shoo them away because when they're done, they go down to the auditorium and just hang out and just discuss and eat some more snacks and stuff. And we just started doing game days on Saturdays where we have one Wii and two, I know they're kind of outdated, but Xbox 360s, but they're coming, and then we said, hey, bring your stuff. One kid wanted to bring his own TV. I was like, it's fine. Like kids cart around their computers. Like, I mean, they'll do it. And we're gonna start tech day soon because we got a bunch of, but we were able to purchase some tech toys off of a grant written by our old youth services librarian, like the Dash. Like, we're having itty bitty pop thing, making just some toys that we're gonna put into circulation.
You know, Trails has some things like that that's available to check out too, just like Chelsea knows. So,
It's good to test them out before purchasing.
but the Nebraska Library System, Amanda Sweet has gotten like drones and the VR. Yeah, I mean, she's got a really. One day when I was at the commission, she had a cart with 8 of them that were all going to mail out to libraries. You know, a try before you buy, or a, hey, I'm never going to be able to afford it, so we're going to do a program with yours.
Yeah.
Do they have them? Like, we only have it. So.
I don't know, does she
I
have
don't
a
think
Switch
they have
or anything like
video
that?
gaming systems. I don't think. But if you look on their library, on the Nebraska Library Commission webpage, see what they have. But she's
Yeah.
got some really cool stuff.
One thing we did in the old building that we're gonna be doing the new is in the kids area, you know, there's a lot of furniture and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, I want some more activities. Well, then I looked at my ceiling one day and I created a big drone obstacle course. And it was so bloody popular.
Oh,
So popular.
easy.
Mhm.
From the boots, from the ceiling, just
Yeah.
round hoop from the ceiling.
Yep.
That is awesome.
Yep.
See, when you guys do stuff, all this cool stuff, take pictures and send it to the newsletter so everybody else can read and say, I'm gonna try that.
And then if students come in, or even kids even, would come in and they wanted to do it, the rule of thumb was if you do the obstacle course, you can fly it out or high you want, so to speak. If you're not gonna do that, that's cool. You have to fly it at or below eye level. So we didn't have all this craziness going on. So, but if parents would bring their kids and grandparents would bring their kids and everything. You know,
That's a good idea.
Sorry. And it's shoebox. And she put the theme in there. And usually there's a book that they get to keep back. And then one we check out, and then we usually some sort of like a little mountain toy or something in there. She does, and that's why it's going to be following. You have to register for that. You have to request it because they're just not for checkout. So they're signed. And then she's starting
I believe it's
a
on a Sunday afternoon. Just wanna let you know.
just come over. And we have some, we're blessed enough to have some, and there's only so many to be, so
with something like that, you can certainly tweak it to what, like, if you had someone who brought in their TV, you know, you can do whatever you're comfortable with.
We have two TVs, like one in the teen area and then one in our like, computer. That one's kind of older. So,
Yeah, because we have also had some. Stuff like that too. We haven't gotten enough to branch out that far. Or projector.
yeah.
So we set up, we have 3 projectors, and so we have a 3 screen setup, but we just kind of took that away and just kind of up there. I mean, they really kind of sort of control it. They put it in the new, which I think is really what's helped them.
They don't have the latest systems and the latest games. They are currently playing retro Mario Kart with their friends. I mean, that's like the good old days for them. They love it.
Because I've looked into those systems and there's like one that plays like all of them, like Super Nintendo, original Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and stuff like that. So that's better than spending $200.
You know, and another thing, just a thought, but like my kids are one's in their senior year of college and the other's 16-year-old. They both have their own utility PSs. And charge them up and they have to model.
Like the
I would just donate these things, so yeah.
Addictive, yeah.
I mean, they do that, like I think, like if you have any old systems that you want to just.
And there are some gaming things, I'm not sure what they're called, but you can buy them and they have a joystick, and like Pac-Man.
Yeah.
All you do is hook it up to your TV and you're playing Pac-Man on that. Crazy. It's a Hubert. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that think they just want to get out of the house and want to donate them. I just believe these kids.
I think they-
Some of it's old school. to them.
Right.
It's like, oh, remember when you were, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
I like it. You know.
I think you're limited by your own creativity,
Yeah.
you know?
True. And kids have the most fertile imaginations that there are. Just turn them loose.
And food.
And food, yeah. In the local restaurants, a lot of them will donate us with, and we'll grab them for the day. Like this weekend it's Sonic.
Yeah.
Sonic is donating cheeseburgers.
Last time, Lorenzo donated cheeseburgers. This time, Sonic is 40 hot dogs with chili and cheese on the side. You call, and if they say, hey, you can't do that, we're going to charge you, say, okay, thanks. And you just move on. You would be surprised what organizations like that.
So do you follow up with a, hey, thank you for this, or do you promote them somehow that, hey, courtesy of Runza?
Yeah, what we do is we kind of put out the ploy when we're talking to them that, you know, you're more than, whatever you donate to us, fantastic, but you're more than welcome to give us coupons and we'll distribute those to the families. And they like that. They like that.
Because then they come in with coupon and then buy $30 more and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sonic, I'm so excited this weekend. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Some of the mascot.
Great.
So yeah, I'm like, all right, absolutely.
So that's like Pizza Hut book it program. Because yeah, families would go in and get a free pizza and then the whole family would spend $40 on it.
And I had like Taco John's donated 150 tacos. I mean, just donate. So again, just you'd be surprised at
You know,
organizations.
I saw that once when I had to go and collect, because we had a ice cream place in downtown Plattsburgh. When I went there, I was nervous about doing it, but then I was also surprised at how she was so like, here you go, let me know if there's anything else that I can, I was like, oh.
Well, I think a lot of corporations, they really put an emphasis on community. And this is one way that they can certainly get their name out there, put it on their little Cali markets. They support their community, you know, and it costs you nothing.
It's better to do like chain restaurants or like local.
I would say so, because again, you know, there's that corporate quota that they gotta meet, you know, but I'm sure, you know, mom, pop shops would want to do something like that. Heidi.
Heidi will also, if you go in, Heidi and Walmart both, and I don't know, maybe other local grocery stores, if you go into the custody class and you fill out a form requesting a donation, most of them will give you a $25 gift card for whatever you want it for. And I think they all do it like one program per year. So if you want it for a teen rate, that's one program. If you want it for a 20 rate, that's a different program. You have to fill it out every time, and they will usually approve it every time. They perform it, call you back in a couple of days. Walmart does it. And Walmart maybe, I don't know what Super Saver does. I don't know if anybody else has one, but you have to go through. But a lot of it's will be things like that. If you have a local popcorn shop, they will be wanting to go for movie night. There's a lot. Tap on your local resources. A lot of them are willing to donate.
And again, put outside the box.
We did it, we took our preschoolers and gave them a big cardboard box and told them that they needed to get a car out of it. And then we had to drive the movie night. I cannot believe how nice those kids were. They stayed in their boxes, they ate popcorn and drank juice. But they would come get the popcorn and go back to their car and sit in it. Some of them brought their teddy bears and all sorts of things with them. They just sat there and watched, and it was a dorky movie that they'd seen probably 10 million times. But it was really cool.
Their imagination.
Yeah, they took them home, and I think moms helped with it. Some of them had like wheels on them, steering wheels. They had a good time. Tried it another time. It didn't. The first time it did. Well,
I think also when it comes to programming, one needs to be cautious of the idea that it's really quality versus quantity. Because when you first start the program, you're going to have piddly attendance. But if you have a quality program, it will grow, and it'll, gain momentum and such.
So don't give up.
Don't give up. But also know when to say when. If you're doing it and
yeah,
no
we
one's
haven't done
doing
it
it,
again.
that's important too.
Do you cap it then, like how long would you get something to see if it's, you know what I mean? Like
It
a
depends
month,
on the
2
program and it
months,
depends on the growth.
the growth?
Yeah.
Cause I've been, cause there's been, we've been kind of running stuff for like, a couple of months and then like I've seen the dips, but then I'm just like, but now I'm like thinking, okay, when do we access and
It's-
try something different?
It's a couple months. I would
Couple
go a
months.
year, to be honest with you, of a school. Or,
And look at the times too, because I used to schedule mine at like 6 o'clock. And like, that's by the time the parents and kids are already home, they're tired, they don't want to go out. So I moved it up to 4:30, like right after they get out of school.
So make sure like before you act something, just kind of.
Oh, the local carnivals in town, looks, I should have
Yeah,
planned it.
that's important too.
Yeah, that's the.
Cause that's why when it's like really like, oh my gosh, look at this, and then that's drastic, then I'm like, and just like, wait, calm down, and then,
For like South Sioux City, we're like the Siouxland area, so there's Sioux City, North Sioux City, Dakota Dune, Sergeant Bluff, so we have to look at like what they're doing on those days to make sure that we're not like anybody. Yeah.
And like time of year too is key because we do a winter carnival, and we do it in like latter part of January, and we get like 200 to 300 people to come. And it's just carnival games, you make them up as you go, have fun like that, ring toss. But it's a cool thing, but we do it during the cold time when people have nothing better to do.
However,
Mhm.
one of the flip side is like doing Christmas break, spring break, they're not coming.
Yep.
They're not
Yeah,
coming.
they didn't come to.
Yeah, so don't plan things during their school breaks.
Yeah, and that's weird because they'll come, but they won't come at the times for programs. So, which is, something. Like they'll come during the day, but then they'll be home by like 3, 4 o'clock at night.
okay, I saw that sometimes during the summer program, or something out of the library, and then you wouldn't see them.
And that's why I would have it like 3 times a day. So I assume that. It's like,
I have these boys that come in after school every night and play the computers. They play something, Roblox or something. Yeah, that. And I don't pay any attention. They don't bother me. But anyway, all during Christmas vacation, when they could have been there all day long, they weren't even in there. They didn't come in. I was like, well, Lucas, where are you? You know,
It's weird how they follow structure during the school year.
yeah,
But then when they got free time,
apparently they all
they
went away.
leave the house. I don't know.
Decided, or maybe they got their own computers.
Or maybe they went out.
That could have been. It was kind of
Well,
strange.
now that you've said that, I mean, that's all my kids were, they put in their room.
Yeah, they sleep till 3.
It's almost like a party in their room. And
I wondered how you did that yesterday.
that's where they stay. Now I don't get it.
Because they don't have to do anything. So they don't.
They're that tired.
No, they're that lazy.
They're that,
Yeah, there's a difference,
to restart.
Teenagers, they're, you know.
There's no excuse for the 9-year-old.
It is.
It's training. It's training.
Does anybody use this Wheel of Names?
No.
It's free. Yeah,
Great.
it is free.
Does
So
it come
you,
with any other names?
yes, it certainly does. It's
Yeah,
just a
why-
coincidence.
why is-
It's just a coincidence it came with you guys. Anyway, I have 6 books there, so wish I had prizes for everybody, but I'm gonna spin for door prizes.
Well, aren't you the clever lady? Lucy Day.
It's free.
Oh my gosh.
So you can go make the first choice. Yeah, wouldn't that be fun for kids? It's fun for adults.
Oh. So boy.
Yay. Yay. And then you can shuffle them too. So I'll shuffle them. Okay, here we go.
I know the spot you had before.
I know that often.
Me. Yay.
Applause. Okay, one more.
Cool.
Come on, come on.
Oh, I see. You take their names
Yeah,
out
that
once
was
they
it.
want. I thought when she shuffled them, I said, oh, she's leaving out some, there's more than 6 people here.
Oh, right, yeah, you have the option. You don't have to remove the names if you have.
Well, I'm slow. And I'm definitely not technologically inclined. I know nothing. Well, that was a free and easy thing.
Yeah,
That's so
that's
cool. Obviously, I don't get out of I need to be out more.
You're not missing a whole lot, not.
I don't know, this whole wheel thing. Oh.
That's all.
And the little thing where you take a picture of the little spots and stuff. I've never tried that until today. Woo. But it got these little boxes on everything.
This will be a Dear Diary day for you.
I think so. I think so. Guess what I learned? Where's that piece of paper? That I know what I learned today.
Yeah, I got this. Well. Anyway, if anyone wants to stay and talk, it's been a great conversation.
We have to go.
We're done.
We have a program in it now, so
Oh, awesome.
Don't
That's fun.
speak.
I will.
Well, everybody's filled out their evaluation.
Very nice program. Really good.
Thank you. Yeah, it was fun. I love everybody's conversation ideas.
That's one of the best things.
I know, everybody's like Marianne said,
It takes a while to get
creative,
warmed up.
creative, but
Then when it gets warmed up, it's going good.
remember when we started the day and you said, is anyone coming that I know? And I said, by the end of the day, you'll know everyone.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sort of figuring out that group goes to South Sioux. Well, maybe that one goes to South Sioux too, right? No. These two go
No.
to the same place?
I've been there. I've been to South Sioux.
Yeah. Well, those two are Columbus, I think.
Right.
Okay, cool.
And then Tasha's at Plattsmouth.
Okay. Yeah.
And Tiffany's from Ralston and you don't have.
Oh, Anna.
And you don't have.
Yeah. But I always forget.
Anyway, everybody's welcome to make some buttons or play on the button machine if you want, or.
Excellent meal, Ryan. Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, I thought it was really nice.
Where did you get that from?
Jake's.
Oh, okay.
And I'm so glad they delivered because they're shorthanded, so they haven't been for a while and they said they would, so that was really nice.
When'd you move?
And then I just got some money to buy that thing.
For extension.
Yeah.
Well, then for. You signed it? Was it?
No.
this
Oh, that's
email
Wednesday?
Or,
No,
no,
I think she, like, turning around the board, so like, she
yes, and that's if you would want your library to be like a pilot group that would give them feedback.
Oh.
Thank you. Everybody, nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Be safe.
Oh, yeah, you too. Hey.
Yeah. I'll forget.
In the feedback. Thank you. See you, Brad.
That's, I got it. I would. Is that your other? Okay, good. Okay, well, that sounds good. Yeah, he's actually stopped on. I've been over there by your black box.
I bet how many. Oh. Yeah, we are already. Yeah. So it's like, I might, because.
Oh, maybe you can really do this for years.
Are you like the new services like? See, like, where- On the outside. Did you find the evaluation? Yeah.
What do you stack up chairs or what?
I'll ask Brooke. Oh, good.
Is Dawn still on in Blair's?
We are. Uh-oh.
Sorry.